Welcome back, y'all.
I think there is some crown manipulation in chat going because how can...
I guess it was a tie, right? There's a tie right now for first place. 75 XP. This is gonna be funny.
What is this going to give in the bear market, I wonder?
It says Ghost is in first place. You UK guys have an advantage because I usually reset the stream before I go to bed, so you guys get to stack up XP before the US guys wake up in the morning.
We are a bit market makers in that regard then, because we control.
Yeah, be careful. This game has dangers. If you spam for your crown and the mods snipe you, it's just gonna be collateral damage. Get put on timeout.
And do you have a leaderboard where you can see?
Yeah, if you click on the crown, and it pops the leaderboard up. You see it?
Oh, I see. I see. Okay, so that's the rest of my afternoon. That's XP grinding.
A little bit of off the grid, a little bit of YouTube chat. All right, guys, I gotta get to sleep, man. Let me let's set this up for overnight. All right, we've got two major vector gaps underneath us, trying to hold the support. We had our line that UK had to hold. If UK somehow in the next, and it has to be soon, can crawl over this line, then they'll try to push it. But it looks like it's just going to be a retracement for UK, and then we'll have to see how US acts when it steps in.
Dbloc, one of the sell walls got removed. I think the 600.
This one's gone, yeah. The 656 one, they removed it. Forgot to delete it.
I think they tried to reposition it at 105.200, but then it got eaten.
Just trying to set the chart up so it doesn't go off the screen.
Dbloc, you never sleep?
Oh, I'm about to. I sleep like a baby.
Yeah, it's too late.
I just sleep at vampire hours.
Exactly.
Sleep like a vampire, baby.
The sun will harm you, man.
Man, I look at it like I'm not going to be able to do it forever, right? I might as well take advantage while I can. I don't know, something peaceful about night when everybody's asleep.
Yeah,
that's when I get like my
I
best research
you,
done.
actually. I was watching you doing your chart, doing your stuff. Like, it was I was enjoying it, by the way.
Yeah, it's
like without
therapeutic.
It's like you just brainstorm and see what kind of results you're getting. Do you do
While
gym?
watching.
Do you go to
Oh,
gym?
What was that?
I said, do you do gym?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I would be, oh man, I would be, I can't imagine what a mess I'd be if it wasn't for the gym.
Exactly. After such long hours sitting behind the screens.
Mm-hmm.
And you need it especially because of this blue lights coming from the screens. It will affect your sleeping rhythm badly.
Nothing,
Like
nothing
there is a research
kills.
regarding this blue lights, which you keep watching on your mobile, on screens, and all that stuff.
There's a
And
reason
they
why
said,
I'm awake at this time. The blue light is horrible for your circadian rhythm.
yeah,
All right, y'all. I'll see y'all in the morning.
have a good night.
You guys know my bear case, right? If, like I said, UK can hold, then maybe there's a chance to go up. But honestly, I think this rolls over. US is the wild card here. But I don't think we'll go past target one, at least not in the time that I'll be asleep. Let's leave both targets on the screen. People don't feel like I'm choosing favorites. All right, guys, trade safe.
yeah.
Don't kill
Night.
each other over those crowns. Be back in the morning.
Sleep well and wake rested.
It's good news for crypto. India is not going to be banning crypto. They're going to be regulating it, which is good. India is definitely like an untapped market as well. I think there's so many people that live there, and it's a lot of opportunity. So that's good. It's big.
morning. Are you there?
Good morning, Vietnam. We got about 5 minutes to 9:30 New York time. See what's crack-a-lacking on that New York 9:30 candle. Looks like these bears are still getting cooked. We've been serving barbecue the last few days. Been a long line. Been serving the folks. Still sizzling. Still cooking. The bears have not been able to take this down to not even 101,000. They cannot do it. They try and they try. But then all of a sudden, someone comes in and swoops down and just says, no, big buy. So me, I'm still feeling bullish. I'm thinking we're going to have a bullish day today. It's good that we didn't pump before market open. I think that's good that everything kind of chilled and relaxed a little bit. But right now, I think we're about to turn up the gas today. Who's ready for some big buys? Might have to make some phone calls. Call up the Romanian vampires while they're still up. They haven't been taking my calls recently because a few weeks ago, they helped me out a lot. But I see a few of them unblocked me, so the phone's ringing. Let's see if they pick up today. Let's see what's going on in the crypto sphere this beautiful Tuesday morning. Oh, the Senate advances landmark crypto bill with Democrats divided. Some of these Democrats are like, yes, let's go for it. And some of these Democrats are like, no way, Jose. I'm thinking, doesn't matter. It's going to happen. And these crypto bills are going to get passed more and more. We need regulation. We need clear-cut things, laws and policies that taxpayers have to abide by. If you want to go, on some underground DeFi stuff, do what you got to do. But when you get on the centralized exchanges, we need to know there's, security in place, insurance, things that will keep the institutional money nice and warm. In the SEC, they have a digital roundtable series. They're calling it something like that. And now instead of enforcing, I think they're engaging, because that's what the transfer is the SEC is switching from enforcement to engagement. So I think things are going to get pretty nice. We got a roundtable. It's like a crypto roundtable. And there's a commissioner. I think his name is Mr. Pierce or something like that. And they're saying that their mission is to help the commission draw clear regulatory lines. Let me pull it up here because I remember this. There was a nice quote. Okay, I found it. Help the commission draw clear regulatory lines, provide realistic paths to regulation, craft sensible disclosure frameworks, and deploy enforcement resources judiciously. And
True.
What up?
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Right now, I'm just seeing what we're going to get cooking in this next minute because we got a 9:30 candle coming in.
There you go. Market open.
Yeah.
Market open in a minute. Rise and shine, but up and at 'em.
Yeah. See if this 104, 103 area can hold. We might get a few sells right now. It looks like there's a little bit, but you know, no matter what happens, I don't think the Bears are going to be able to take this under 101,000. Maybe just a little wick below, but they're not going to touch 100. We're defending it. We got our guard up. I got the allies up. I got the whole vampire unit from Romania ready today. So watch out, Bears.
You got the miners on board or what?
Oh, the miner's been on deck, man.
Damn.
I'm running 3 nodes on 3 different networks. Bang, bang, boogie, woogie, doji, doge.
Well, you know what they say. Best part of waking up is Doge in your cup.
Yes, sir. Like back in the day, man. Some things never change.
I'm gonna have to look for a re-entry on Doge because I don't have enough anymore.
You might get one if we don't get some action starting soon because we already got this 9:30 coming in, and it looks like the Bulls might give the Bears a little chance so they can at least survive and have a little scrap off the table. So we'll see, maybe once you get Bitcoin down to like 102, 101, close to 101, you might have a good entry on Doge.
You think
Yeah,
it'll break the
nice.
support at 21.8, 21.6?
I think 21 is a pretty good support, but it all depends on Bitcoin right now. If Bitcoin holds 103, I think, yeah, that's going to hold that like high 21s. But, if Bitcoin starts approaching that 102, 101 area, Doge is going to probably try to test that 20 cent, maybe even 19.99. But I'm thinking, the Bears are not going to be able to do it. They don't have enough selling power right now. They got to buy to sell a lot of them. So imagine how that works, trying to suppress the price, buying to sell. It doesn't really work that well.
Yeah, I've been trying to accumulate some more Doge. My average has been on 22s so far. So if it goes down to 21, 20s, I'm gonna start chipping in some more.
Yeah, I'm at 22 also. That's pretty much my average all across 22.
Yeah, me too.
I was able to get a few buys up at the high 21s, but barely, just a little bit. But yeah, man, it's like I really right now, I really think that the Bitcoin maxis and the Bitcoin bulls are going to hold this up and give it enough power to get it to its all-time high. And I think, still think something's cooking with Doge, man. I've just been checking out the GitHub, the activity, checking out the Twitter feeds, and this whole thing with the operating system is going to be interesting.
I was selling from 22.6 to just over 23 last night, and then I already reaccumulated, so partially out and all the way back in again. I do like his dominance is dropping hard. So hopefully they just stay supported, all those alts.
It's hard to find Doge news mixed with all the Department of Government efficiency news. So you got to look up Dogecoin. But even when you start searching hashtagging Dogecoin, it's like a lot of this Department of Government efficiency is mixed with it. And I think this is all by design and it's all part of the play.
Doge was a very common word before he started the Department of Government Efficiency, and this was his way of solidly stamping in every American's dome, whether you have Doge or you don't.
Yep.
I really think it was a marketing scheme.
I mean, I think he took advantage of the situation and turned it into a marketing scheme. But the point, I think, really was, I think he had good intentions to really, figure out how much money was being wasted. Because he's a big taxpayer. You got imagine how many taxes he pays. And people are like, oh, all the loopholes pay enough taxes. Like, this dude pays millions and millions and millions of dollars per quarter. Like, hundreds of millions of dollars in taxes. It's crazy. So, I don't know. Of course, he has an interest to see what the government's doing with all this money that he's giving them.
I think it's all part of the plan.
Oh, yeah, totally. I don't think he took his eye off the prize. I mean, you can see the gleam in his eye when he was saying, the whole thing with Arkham's razor and like just, what was it? The outcome that is most less likely or the most entertaining will be the most likely. Yeah, the most entertaining outcome is the most likely outcome. But he connected that also when they were talking about how Doge was really going to get implemented. So we'll see. Right now, why is he doing transmitter licenses? Like he wants to make X.com an all go-to app, just like China has that one app, I forget the name of it, that has everything, including banking, your buying, your news, whatever you want, your shopping. So I think that's what X.com is going to be. And the native currency of X.com is going to be Dogecoin. Big sales coming in, big sales coming in. Watch out. A little shakeout before the breakout. I'm not sweating it. I'm not touching nothing. Just staying in my position. I got a little itchy bits of dry powder, nothing crazy that I'm going to try to sprinkle in as soon as Bitcoin finds its local bottom, which I think is going to be around 103,700, maybe 103,500. 103,500. A little more bearish scenario on the local would be a nice bounce, and this would still be a very positive scenario for the bullish long term, which would be a bounce at 101,500. That would actually be pretty healthy to get a nice bounce off there. But I just don't think the bulls are going to let it get that close. The bears, they're dreaming to get it down that close again. And if I was a liquidity provider for Bitcoin right now, the way I'm looking at it, it's like right now the easy range with less resistance would be a range from 103,500 to 107,500 and keep that range. So to get it down back to another range, I think it would take them too much selling power that they don't want to use right now. To get them back to that range of 100,000, 101,000. A little shakeout for the breakout. Let's see what they're saying. BlackRock, Fidelity, and ARK 21 shares fuel 667 million surge in Bitcoin ETFs. Now, if you guys heard that name 21 shares before, they're starting to get a little bit of hype on the Twitter sphere. And 21 shares has put in some applications. And guess where? To NASDAQ. And guess what? For Doge ETF on NASDAQ. Think about that. Now, guess what? The SEC has accepted the application. It has yet to be approved, But that is the first step of acceptance of application. That means it was properly done and transmitted. So now the application is sitting in the hands of the SEC, and I have a feeling they're going to give it a go. They're going to say green light, thumbs up for Dogecoin. Now, these ETFs for Dogecoin are going to be pretty interesting because if you notice, there's a lot of people, even, people more towards the senior citizens and even young kids, they know about Doge now. And a lot of people are looking at that price that don't know too much about market cap scenarios and just say the price of Dogecoin is still sitting under $1. I'm looking at Ethereum, thousands of dollars, Bitcoin, hundreds of thousands of dollars. Dogecoin, Elon Musk, Tesla, X.com, SpaceX, Boring, all those companies are something I think anybody of any age would want to get involved in. And when they see that option, Dogecoin ETF, I think they might want to get a little frisky, like, get some adrenaline pumping and say, hey, tell their own grandkids, like, guess what? I got Dogecoin. And they got that Dogecoin sitting nice in their 401k or retirement or whatever they want through their broker, nice and pretty with some insurance. And I think that's going to get interesting once we start seeing all these meme coins on ETFs. We know Doge is going to lead the pack for the meme coins on ETFs. And it looks like we have a bullish expanding triangle pattern on Doge. So that's still valid.
So having said all that about Doge, you're not worried about Doge getting too expensive one day?
No, because I think the whole thing of Doge, it has a pretty calculated balance that I think Elon kind of came up, not with the equation, to figure out how it would work as like legal tender in the future, but I think he did understand that even it wasn't intended for something like legal tender, he was like, wow, this could be the best legal tender because the issuance and the deflationary nature of everything, and like, it's just the speed and the security that Doge has compared to a lot of these maybe faster coins. I think the security is much stronger on Doge, and you can see the node networks are really strong. It's just the GitHub too. If you check out the Dogecoin developer unit, they have proper funding and there's money coming in them. I don't know if it's directly from Elon, but I think Elon is indirectly funded because he put together the first official team when Vitalik stepped on the board. And that's kind of like, I think that was injected by Elon. So, I think Elon thought of that. Nobody wants Dogecoin to be like Bitcoin and to be a store of value. People want Dogecoin to be a currency, to be used. If there's hyperinflation, let's say Doge gets to $1, and then the dollar even drops more. Okay, Doge gets to $10. Okay, maybe Doge somehow luckily gets to $100 because of hyperinflation. I still think it's going to be at a balance where people kind of, the whole vibe of Doge is like, I don't have to hold and like hoard this thing. I can start using it. Like me, I'm all in Doge, and most of my even like other finances right now, I'm just like, whatever. When I need to spend something, I use some Doge. And it doesn't hurt, because I have enough Doge right now that I'm like, all right, I could chip away even on the dips. Like, even when we have a dip down to 20 cents, I'm not scared to pay a bill with my Doge. I'm like, all right, let me pull out some Doge, whatever. Because I'm heavy in crypto now and very light on assets, on other, like dollars and currencies and euros and things like that. So,
I agree with the whole idea of like its issuance and stuff like that, and like its inflation rate versus the U.S. dollar, and how inflation can actually make it better in terms of how to actually gain capital. Like in a high inflation environment, but I like the idea of it oscillating. I like the idea of it having volatility and oscillating between a cheap price point to a more expensive price point, because then you can sell And if everyone else has the same idea, or not everyone else, but like, you know, if the majority of people have the same idea, they can sell, get out, and reposition. And then it's like, you know, so say it goes 10 cents and you buy a bag of Doge, and then it goes up to 20 cents, and everyone sort of sells their Doge. They doubled their money. If inflation is causing money to, like, you know, lose its value, then at least you're doubling your money. And if you can do that over and over again, you know, you're essentially hedging against inflation. But I think the power comes from being able to recompound the money that you have. So you double your money, it goes back down to 10 cents. You put twice as much money in, you double that again when it goes back up to 20 cents. Like, I think that's the power that Doge has. And I think, like, being able to afford a large quantity of it, and then it's still having the ability to go up 100% is, like, that's crazy valuable. Like, I wouldn't want to see Doge go up to a high number that's like maybe above $1 and then see like sustained steady like growth. Like, you know what I mean? Like
But
I
most
wouldn't want it
consistent
to
thing
be
it does
like,
is it retraces 50% every time, damn it. So that's the
yeah,
good thing about playing with Doge is if you get good at playing, it's easy. It's one of the easiest ones to snowball into a much bigger snowman. You got to turn a snowball into a snowman by starting to roll it. And you know what I mean? It's like I think it's one of the easiest
yeah,
ones to do, but it's also one of the truly worst ones to screw up when you're emotionally tied into the rips and runs it's taken.
yeah. I mean, exactly. But that's the thing. Like, I used to be emotionally attached to Doge. I mean, I still am to some degree. It's like, it's still my favorite crypto, but you know, at
Me
the
too.
same time, it's like I like when it goes up and down, because like
Me
that
too.
volatility
Yeah.
creates opportunity, but it's still safe enough where you know it's not going to go to zero. So as long as you hold it for a long enough time, even if you're holding a bag, it's going to come good eventually. And that's what I like about the tokenomics of it as well. Is like, and just it has enough hype where it's not going to get out of control and people aren't going to diamond hand it, but it will still grow in value from, like, typically from wherever you bought it. So it's like, as long as the market cap sees steady growth from cycle to cycle, it will always grow in value. And like there's a smaller percentage that will be released. You know, a smaller percentage of the entire supply will be released. So I think it will do a good job of, you know, at least like protecting buying power. And so what I'm saying is, it's like you can compound your bag and have a larger stack. You could even be, so you could increase your US dollar value, and then on the flip side increase your Doge value, or you could be half in Doge, half in cash, and still be playing back and forth between the two. And it's just like an alternative to fiat currency. Whereas, like, you know, you could hold Doge while Doge is up, you know, you can spend some of that Doge, and then when it's down, you can buy some of it. You know, so it's like when it's up, it's like that's what you want to spend. When it's up in value, that's what you want to spend. When it's down, you can compound and put your fiat into it. So that way you're not losing your fiat power, or like your buying power. Your buying power is protected at that point. That's what I love about it. Like, I don't want to see it get out of control to the point where it's sustainably above $1, you know, because then it loses its performance value. I don't know. That's just my opinion, though. I prefer to see it oscillate. I don't really care exactly what price it's at, just as long as it oscillates back and forth. As long as it goes up and down in a way that's not too drastic. As long as it's not losing 90%. I mean, shit, it could even lose 90% from an all-time high, and I wouldn't care. As long as I got to sell that all-time high, and as long as I got to buy the 90% retracement, I wouldn't care. But if it steadily oscillated, like if it went up 100% and then lost 50%, I'd be fine with it doing that forever.
Yeah, in the trading aspect, I totally agree. But I think we have to think beyond the trading aspect of it and the price action. The whole thing, like I was comparing it to, like, it's the opposite of Bitcoin. Bitcoin, like gold, you know, people are going to want to store, not interact too much with. You know, it hurts a little bit more when you're selling off a piece of a Bitcoin than when you're selling off a piece of Doge. And I think that's going to give Doge an advantage when we really transfer and make that paradigm shift into where cryptocurrencies actually become currencies, because now they're not currencies. They're just chips. They're tokens. You know, they haven't become currencies yet. And once we make that transition and they actually become legal tender and real currency, and for a currency to be a currency, that means someone's going to be willing to transact with it, and they're not going to clench their fists when they let it go. You know, they're going to know it's a fluid, liquid movement of monetary funds that they're down with. You know, so I think that's going to happen soon, and we haven't been there yet. Crypto has been in this token share of, you know, ideology. It's like shares of a company or just chips of a company, tokens, whatever you want to call it. But we haven't really entered that realm. Some countries are trying to, and they're slowly entering in that realm. And some even gave it the stamp of legal tender, like Bitcoin. But it's, you know, we're going to step in a whole new era where like money gets redefined, and the cryptocurrencies that are staying in tune to try to, you know, get their feet under the sand in that, you know, movement. I think they're gonna be able to do everything that's needed to, like, you know, to maintain and be like, hey, we're a solid currency that can be used. You know, whether it's attached to a company and it's a RWA, or whether it's not an RWA, because a lot of RWAs are going to come out, and that's going to be the thing that a lot of these meme coins don't understand. They're going to have some real competition, because it's like everything is going to get tokenized. It's going to be like meme coin heaven, but some of these memes, they're going to be like attached to companies, real companies. So people got to start, you know, buckling down and realizing that once this whole world gets tokenized, it's like, you know, it's going to be crazy. That's what's happening.
Well, let me sort of put it this way for an example of like what I'm trying to say is, okay, so you buy, so Doge becomes a currency, right? You buy it at 10 cents. And like you get 20 Doge, right? And then you're able to use it at a store. And you buy it at 10 cents, it goes up to 20 cents, right? Well, you go to a store and you can choose to, so you buy a loaf of bread. The loaf of bread is either $2 or it's 10 Doge. And you're like, okay, well, Doge is at 20 cents. I bought it at 10 cents. So then you can choose to, instead of spending $2, you could spend your 10 Doge, which you got for 10 cents a piece. And then it's like, so you bought a $2 loaf of bread for $1. You know what I'm trying to say? So you save $1, like you basically, like, so you get it for you realistically get it for half as cheap as somebody else that's paying full price, because you invested in Doge beforehand. So like before Doge was 20 cents, you invest that dollar in it, it becomes $2 worth of buying power. You buy a loaf of bread with it, you got a $2 loaf of bread for $1. That's where I think it would be really powerful. But being able to do that over and over again, multiple times a year,
Yeah.
I think
And
would
a lot,
be the, you know, that would be the power in it, you know.
yeah, and a lot of people think it's like, oh, they're just minting coins as please. They're just throwing coins on the market. That's not true, man. They're just throwing in 5 billion every year, and it has a cap. So with that 5 billion cap annually, that can still create big buy pressure. And it's limited. Like, you know, a lot of people are like, oh, it's unlimited. There's still a limit, but the infinite part of it is the time. And that's what people don't really understand. So like, to break it down in a simpler term, and it's like it's a paradox almost, because we're like talking about infinite things. How can I say it? So 1 second. I got a note here that I left a note on my Twitter. But the supply, so the cap, hold on, my stuff's not loading right here, so I can't even really break it down, because I want to get from Dogecoin.com exactly what they say about this 5 billion per year cap. Well, give me 1 second. And it's basically a reverse inflation curve. But yeah, we're getting some big buys coming in right now. See if we can get Bitcoin back over 104,900. Has anyone checked out the Doge OS operating system? DogeOS.com.
Morning, guys. Good morning. Hey, Gene. Dumping today.
All right, so I found it. Dogepedia was blocked. So I'm on Dogepedia, and this is via Dogecoin.com. So right now, and for the next 100 years or so Dogecoin operates like and will continue to operate like most other crypto assets that are capped assets and are nowhere near mined out, and will continue adding to their supply, just like Dogecoin for the foreseeable future. Dogecoin supply is not unlimited because it has an absolute limit of issuance per block, per day, per year, just like other coins do. The only difference is that Dogecoin's issuance does not have an end date. Therefore, Dogecoin is only infinite over infinite time. Over infinite time, its issuance is in fact finite. So let me repeat that. Dogecoin is only infinite over infinite time. Over infinite time, its issuance is in fact finite. So if you can wrap your head around that, what they're basically saying, there's a cap. And the whole thing that's infinite is that the program of issuance goes on forever, unlike other coins. But these other coins still have these caps. Some of them are per year, some per week, some per day, and Doge has that cap of issuance. It's just this issuance is going to go on forever. And there's still a curve to that issuance too. So the annual issuance is needed to pay miners and keep the network secure. Other chains like Bitcoin, which theoretically will see their yield issuance stop completely in the year around 2140, they will need to find a way to secure their network at that time. if it will indeed still exist. But the design, or the design of their consensus mechanism will need to change completely. So putting a cap on Dogecoin would render the network insecure and vulnerable to attacks in the future. They're thinking ahead. And that's true. You know, the miners, once they mine all the Bitcoins, there's still going to be some security on the on the blockchain, because the validation is still going to happen. And I think, I don't know I have to read up on that, the reward mechanism for validations post mining, what happens with that. But if there's no rewards for someone to validate, who's going to want to volunteer to keep something secure? So it's interesting.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, be mutually incentive. But yeah, I think I might have heard Andrew. Sorry, but I walked away I had to do something for a second. But good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
I think he was trying to say good morning to me, but I wasn't available at the second or at that minute.
Looks like these bears are still swiping. I have to call up some.
Yeah, I mean, like I was saying, I was expecting a pullback. Don't know exactly how deep, but I mean, I really feel like a correction is warranted.
I agree if we leave this giant bull flag we're in.
Good morning, guys. I have a question. If I'm traveling from New York to Costa Rica, I'm gonna be able to use this crypto apps, no problem.
It depends what apps. Some exchanges, it's good to email them, let them know you're traveling. There could be some. If you're using DeFi, you shouldn't have a problem. But some of these exchanges, you might have a problem.
I'm using Robinhood at the moment.
Let me see.
I honestly don't know because I've never gone to Costa Rica, so I don't know if I've never tried to use it there because I've never been there, so I don't really have a good answer.
Yeah, I never be done either. You just vibe surprised us.
Yeah, it seems like Robinhood does not have a blanket restriction on accessing accounts from Costa Rica, but it is possible there could be limitations or restrictions if your account is flagged due to suspicious activity. And if you're in a country that restricts a Robinhood, hold on, let me see real quick. So yeah, Robinhood does not list Costa Rica as a restricted country for account access, so you should be good.
All right, thanks so much. Appreciate it, but I should just Google it, man. But I'm rather to ask here, first.
No, you're good.
Thank you.
In my opinion, though, slowly check out some other apps, man. Check out Binance. Check out Coinbase if you're in the States. Gemini.
I got Coinbase too. I'm just, I'm still in New York, and New York
Okay,
is
yeah. You might get charged more if you're using your Robinhood debit card there, because they got the foreign, conversion fees and things like that. Oh, looks like Kraken just launched some crypto futures in Europe. Okay. Kraken expanding. Nice, nice. Good job, Kraken. I like to hear that. Kraken's not bad either. Some of their coins don't have enough liquidity, but I like Kraken, man. Even visually, it's no one's messed around with Kraken. You know, of course, do your research and don't throw your whole life savings in there, but check it out, man. It's a pretty cool app. They got cool user interfaces.
Yeah, dude, I love Kraken. I would definitely recommend it.
Right? Doesn't it?
They're
Like,
doing.
it looks good, man. It's fluid.
Yeah, it's definitely one of my favorites.
I just wish
That's
it had
where
more liquidity.
I started going to do the active trading there on spot when they got rid of Coinbase Pro, and they were in that like in between phase, like before the Coinbase Advance came out, but after they got rid of Coinbase Pro.
Yeah.
I was like, well, screw it then. I'm going over to Kraken because Kraken still had like the Kraken Pro, like
Yeah, they're legit.
you know, interface.
Yeah, Kraken's definitely legit. I mean, let me rephrase myself. Nothing's definitely legit in the crypto realm, but Kraken seems legit.
I think they're about as close as it gets because they did this thing. I forget what it was. Like they went to they wanted to get passed as like a crypto bank or something, like officially, like as a crypto bank, and I think they were the first ones to like ever do that. But I mean, it's not like you can. So what? They're allowing people that trade on perpetuals in Europe? Is that what it is? The crypto futures, or are they like options contracts, sort of like what Coinbase is doing?
Yeah, derivatives in Europe, basically. Under MIFID framework, they said. They're saying the launch allows eligible clients and partners across Europe to trade crypto derivatives within a recognized regulatory framework.
So it's insured.
They're saying institutional grade infrastructure, local fiat on ramps, and range of collateral options designed to support risk management and capital efficient. I don't know how much is insured. I have to look that up. Coinbase right now, I think they insure up to $10,000. If you got the Coinbase One, could be $250,000 if you pay them $299 a month to get the extra subscription, whatever the Coinbase, I forget what it's called, Prime or something like that. And they give you insurance, $250,000. I was doing the math. I was like, if I park $250,000 right now in USDC, how much would that generate at 4.54%? And is it going to be more than $300 a month to pay? And it is going to be more than $300. So it makes sense. Even though $300 a month is a pretty hefty subscription, I have to see exactly the yield and what the difference is. But it still comes out, you probably making $1,000 a month just by parking $250,000 there. Probably more, actually. I have to do the math. So what, Apple has like almost a 3 trillion market cap. Bitcoin, we're getting what's Bitcoin's market cap right now? All right, I'm gonna pull it up myself. Oh, so we're sitting at 2 trillion. So 1 more trillion and Bitcoin is as big as Apple.
Hey, Gene, can you check your messages one day when you have a chance? No rush, man. I'm just sent you a couple messages on your boat account.
Uh-oh, Mark Cuban's back on the Doge bandwagon. Uh-oh. And now he's defending Elon, even though he's not feeling Elon? Seems like Mark Cuban joins Elon Musk in defending Dogecoin's infinite supply. It says gives advantages over Bitcoin and Ethereum. Exactly what I was talking about. You tell him, Mark Cuban. Let's see what Mark Cuban's saying. So he said on Wednesday that Dogecoin's inflation does not diminish it, but rather establishes its utility as a digital currency. Bang, bang, boogie, woogie. Cuban was responding to a tweet from the cryptocurrency publication CoinDesk that pointed out that he did not mention risk factors associated with Doge, such as its infinite supply, during his appearance on The Ellen Show. So, he said any asset that has inflation by definition is infinite, but that doesn't diminish it. And they said the Shark Tank fame investor pointed to the increasing supply of Doge and said it changes the utility from store of value to potentially a digital currency. It's the fact that they create 5 billion per year that keeps the coin price low, which makes it more accessible. Why it matters. In comparison with other cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin and Ethereum, which have steep valuations, there's more likelihood of people using Doge for making purchases, as per Cuban. And let's see what Cuban tweeted. He said, or no, this is he's replying to himself, and this was on April 28th, back in the day, 2021. This is exactly why people will buy physical products with Dogecoin and not with Bitcoin, and rarely with ETH. It's hard for someone with $100 to get excited about owning a fraction of Bitcoin or ETH. It's easy with Doge. When it appreciates, that makes those items easy to buy. And last week, Billy Marcus said that Bitcoin and Ethereum, too, were inflationary. He had said separately earlier, buying and selling were what mattered. The price of Doge was ascribed to it by people. So yeah, people dreaming of Doge to thousands and hundreds of thousands of dollars. Nah, it's probably not going to happen. But I think anything in the $1 to $10 range can happen in your lifetime, possibly even higher. And I think the $1 range is going to happen actually pretty soon, especially with the way inflation is going with the dollar. How high do you guys think Doge will pump right now if we get a tweet from Elon that finally I finished my money transmitter license and Doge will become the currency of X.com? And to top it on, we have made a alliance with McDonald's, and McDonald's all across the globe will be giving discounts to anybody buying their French fries with Doge. That's what I'm saying. Let's go. You think Elon's going to eat a Happy Meal live on TV? Said he would do it. I think he will too. Yeah, I think max this cycle, but depending on what happens, if the $1 area sustains itself, it could start creeping, even higher, even with the issuance, 5 billion per year. Because 5 billion per year is not that much. It's interesting. There's some people that understand token metrics and tokenomics. Some of their predictions, like let's say Challengely, they predict that Dogecoin could reach 0.6. That's okay. So by November 2034, they're saying it's going to be $5. So that's within 10 years. Doge $5, and this is via Challengely. Coinpedia said $1.07, and they said that's going to be driven by FOMO, and that's going to be this year, 2025, $1.07. Token Metrics, they said 51 cent. Damn, they're pretty bearish on this. At 51 cent by 2030. Nah, dollar's just going to be the foundation. Bitcoin to $1, Doge to $10.
If XRP can get to $3, Doge can get to $1.
Yeah, $1 is easy, man. That's FOMO can push it up to $1. Like just looking at the top 10 though, it's just Solana seems like it's got potential, but I don't see it. Even if it gets some crazy fundamental news, I don't see the hype to be able to really give those power moves, for community to really jump on and be like, all right, we're pushing Solana, And of course, there's big maxis on Solana, but look at all the other coins, and it seems like Doge is that one that might just give that whiplash, it might hurt. It might go up and go back down, but Doge is known to do that. So, and history doesn't repeat itself, but it often rhymes. So if Doge is going to rhyme what it did historically, it's definitely going to give some whiplash. To me, it just seems like the safest bet to park a lot of money in right now in this stage of the bull market. Lower risk. It seems like it's just been hanging out in the top 10. So if I'm trading against Bitcoin or anything else, Ethereum still safe in my opinion to just sit and set and forget. I can, probably just hold it back for 2 years and not worry about it. That's how I feel with those. So, I mean, that would be the smart move, right? Just set and forget for 8 years. Nah, because you haven't been studying. Well, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. No, you haven't been studying, my friend. Go on dogeos.com and see what's cooking. No, it's physically, yeah, it's physically doing it. It has a bigger development team than anybody else out there right now. Just do some research and you'll see. Check out the app. Just check out the app layer. It's called the app layer. No, check it out. Check out the app layer. And it's the app layer of Doge, all right? And that's where AI is being built on Doge. That's where games are being built on Doge. That's where a lot of coding's happening, and it's called Doge OS. And that's the app layer. So, get informed before you start spreading misinformation saying Doge is doing nothing. And, then you can start spreading your whatever once you're informed. But, you're uninformed, but it's okay. Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in.
Hello, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning, June. What did you say was that app about Doge utility or website?
It's not an app right now. It's they're still building, but it's you can check it out on dogeos.com. What's going on? I mean, that's going to give you a little hint of what's happening.
All right. Hopefully. Holding my bags.
Yeah, things are cooking. Anybody interested, just check out the activity on the GitHub. Check out dogecoin.com. See whatever they're, what's being put out there, and you'll see that they're active. They're not just in my Doge the my Doge wallet. That's getting a whole revamp as well. So they're helping out a lot, and the Dogecoin team with the my Doge team, they're working together, and it's pretty big. I think what they're cooking. Just check it out, dogeos.com.
Oh, wow. They start building stuff on Doge now. Interesting.
Exactly.
They used to say that Doge blockchain is not capable of building anything in it. So how did they do that now?
Well, that's a lot of people are wondering. So did they put a layer? Like, is this going to be kind of what Taproot is to Bitcoin or what Lightning Network is to Bitcoin? Or did they figure out a way, because they have a lot of research? I mean, they got Vitalik on the team. They might do it on a wrapped version. It could be like they could have in their treasury, they can say, okay, 25% of all of our Doge is going to be wrapped. We have to hold it 1-to-1 for original Doge. And we put all of the app layers on the wrapped Doge that we have, whatever 25% of the Doge is. We can put it on top of the wrapped Doge. I think that's one angle. It's just they have NDAs, so they can't tell, nobody's saying exactly how they're doing this, but they're doing it, So I think it's either going to be under a wrapped Doge, or they figured out something really cool, that's not too transaction heavy, to do it actually on the Dogecoin blockchain, actually like straight on the layer. And that would be crazy if they come up with an on-app on the layer.
On the
That's
bridge with Ethereum?
What's that?
Or maybe because is the bridge with Ethereum is going on, right? That has
They already have an official. Yeah, they worked with Vitalik. Vitalik's on the Dogecoin Foundation, so they have an official wrapped Doge that's on Ethereum. But this Doge OS is going to work with every operating system, every code of language, and every crypto layers. It's crazy. Like, they're going to work with Solana. It's going to work with Ethereum, with Avalanche. It's going to work with everything.
Interesting.
Very interesting. Not technically, because you know how you can do Dogenos and like even the Bitcoin, the ordinals, and all that stuff. Like, that's done on top of a layer, but it's not like a wrapped Bitcoin layer. It's just done on Taproot or Lightning. Usually, most of them are done on Taproot. So it's either going to be that approach, or a wrapped Ethereum or wrapped Doge approach. But I'm really crossing my fingers that they did something very light on the blockchain. They figured out how to make operational layer without attaching, calling it layer 2, basically. Still be on layer 1, but have an app unit on layer 1 somehow. If they figured that out, oh my God. Yeah, that's the name of the game, right? That's what everyone's doing in crypto, turning nothing into something. And a lot of people are turning something into nothing too, but Now, are we sure that it's giving us power though? Is it giving us power, but at the same time, is it doing something else that's to disadvantage of the people? We got to always think about that too. Yeah, because I think right now it's like the whole point of this whole crypto thing was to help usher in that era where money's traceable 100%, to kind of lean away from cash totally.
So they do have an X account as well at Doge OS.
Yeah, it's a legit My Doge team, which you see Elon interacts with a lot. The Sir Dogecoin is on there. The Doge designer's on there. So these are legit people that Elon interacts with on X.com. And this Doge OS is going to be the link to X.com and everything that's running on this Doge OS, basically. So I'm thinking right now, my hunch is since they got the 48 states, maybe 49 states money transmitter licenses, once they get the 50 states approval, they're probably going to wrap things up, tie a knot and present it to the public. And that's when we're going to be cooking.
Oh, he already had almost 48 states? How many states does he have license for X?
48 states for money transmitter licenses, 48.
No kidding. Is that confirmed? Did you see that?
Yeah, let me double check to make sure I'm not getting bad information. I'll double check right now. I don't think, let me see. So this is via Linda Yasserino, and she says the X Money account in the Everything app, which is X.com, that's what they're calling it, the Everything app. There's going to be a digital wallet, and that digital wallet will provide for instant funding to an X digital wallet via the Cards Network cross-border payments rail called Visa Direct, as well as peer-to-peer payments using a debit card, she said. And she said it's the first of many big announcements about X Money this year. So this is going to be a whole new, I guess it's not new, but they've been cooking something called X Money. And let's see, in a separate post, they acknowledged the alliance. Visa Direct will make it possible for U.S. X Money account users to fund and transfer money in real time with their debit card. So they're already getting the infrastructure happening with the visas and everything, which I think with the peer-to-peer that she was talking about, that's when you're going to see the Doge implemented. So that's the peer-to-peer is the Doge.
Oh yeah.
Well, no, but they're not using XLM. They're not using XRP. Every crypto does cross-border payments. I can send Bitcoin. I can do a cross-border payment with Bitcoin. I can do a cross-border payment with XLM. I can do a cross payment with Dogecoin, with Ethereum. I can do a cross-border payment. It's just that XRP tried to coin that, like 5 years ago, a cross-border payment system, but no banks need to use them. Banks are going to make their own cryptos.
It's hard to see Elon not use Doge.
So the last money transmitter license I think he got was Alaska. That was April 7th. It was issued. Let me see how many he has so far. They don't say the number, but I can count. 1, 2. So let's see. Alabama, Alaska, Arizona, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hey, does it have all 50? No, 49. Let me count this again. All right, this is according to moneyx.com 42. There's only 42, and this is on money.x.com. And the last one they secured was Alaska, I think. $42, yeah. Everything's just hype. This world runs on hype. Politics runs on hype. Hype is the real thing. I mean, I know XRP heads are scared that they're just going to chip away from its market cap a little bit, and that's understandable because you guys are sitting pretty nice at third place. But, some. Yeah, I hope you guys do, man. Straight up. That'd be great. But you guys can't be scared of a little puppy chipping away a little bit of that market cap. You'll be fine. Exactly. We can all be friends. Doge Army, XRP Army. Let's go attack Ethereum. Let's go attack Bitcoin. Okay, you heard it here first. The Doge Army and the XRP Army has officially united. We must get more representatives. I need Sean from XRP here. I need Nick here. We need some more Doge representatives to make this official. But the first stages of unification of XRP Army and Doge Army have been initiated. You have heard it here first on the Crypto Cypher. May this date be blessed.
I'll be a Doge representative, and I hate XRP, but I am willing to but I would call for peace amongst the communities. I'd like to reconcile.
That's what we're doing today. And we're
I'd
going
like
go
to reconcile. I think that they should make a Doge XRP trading pair.
There are a few.
Are there?
I'm sure. I mean, there's so many apps right now that you can do funny stuff like that. Not on any big centralized exchanges, but I'm sure you could find one if you look hard enough.
Yeah, you could probably swap them on a DEX. I don't know. Are the two chains compatible?
Only if you bridge.
Yeah, so bridging, that's an extra cost and an extra inconvenience. I think we should get together if we really want this reconcile and this we really want to fully initiate this partnership. We need a solid Doge XRP pair that can be traded on all centralized exchanges.
I disagree. I think as long as we got Doge Ethereum pairs, XRP Ethereum pairs, and Doge BTC pairs, and Ethereum XRP BTC pairs, we can go together and start slowly chipping away at Bitcoin and Ethereum, because that's our plan of attack. We don't want to chip away at each other. So by us having a pair, that's going to make it easier for us to fight each other. We don't want to fight each other. We want to just get together and battle on Bitcoin and battle on Ethereum. In my opinion.
All right, so we're gonna trade our XRP for Ethereum, our Ethereum for Bitcoin, and then our Bitcoin for Doge.
Yeah, or vice versa. If you want to be heavier on the XRP, it's up to you. But the main mission I think that we should accomplish is that the Doge Army and the XRP Army are finally united, and our main mission is to get the dominance of Ethereum and Bitcoin lower, so we can have more room for XRP and more room for Doge to get up on there and be a healthier market overall.
I just want us to all be friends. The Doge Army and the XRP Army are stronger together.
So yes, today is a blessed day, May the 20th, 2025. You heard it here first. We shall put out documentation and we will authenticate it on the blockchain to make this day official. Today shall be a national crypto holiday.
Let's go.
Maybe if they're lucky one day, we might even unite with the Pepe army. Dogs and frogs.
Isn't there already a coin called Doge XLM? Like, isn't? Or
Probably.
something?
I would not be surprised.
Yeah, I've seen it on the TipCC bot. Like, as somebody, like, I have some in my wallet. It's not Doge, it's not XLM, but it's Doge XLM.
Damn, Scuba 42 is right. I'm always forgetting about the cats, man. Always, and I got two beautiful cats too, so I got to give some love to the cats. Okay, we'll leave that up to Scoop. He can pick the cat. So we're doing Mog. What are we doing? Pop cat, top cat?
For Popcat.
Pop cat? Yeah, I like Pop cat. Mog is cool. I think Toshi's pretty cool too.
Then we're going on. We're showing some love to the Solana chain as well.
Look at Biddy. It's going to try to touch that 105 again. Let's see. Man, we push it all-time high this week. Just watch. Watch and learn. If 107 is going to be shocked, I wonder what you're going to do when you see 137,000. Good, good. That's a good thing to do around there. That's a smart move right there. Sunlow said, watch out for Sui and Hippo. Splash starts any moment. New meme platform. Okay, okay. Scuba 42. Blockchains all over the world. Join hands. Join the love chain. The love chain on the love train. CM saying ATH today. Let's get it. Which one's that? ZBEC? Uh-huh. Doge Viking Norway got that slap cat. I was gonna say, I mean, I would call that the slap dog, but yeah. If you're a girl, maybe slap cat. I mean, I like the slap cat.
Yo, I gotta go, boys. I'm about to go slap the cat.
Meow.
Yeah, I gotta go slap the cat real quick.
Yo, yo, yo.
Yo.
Yo, have you slept?
Who me? Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe like 30 minutes.
You guys are gonna kill yourselves not sleeping, man. Sleep is important, man. I had a crazy dream last night too. I was slapping two cats at the same time.
Damn.
I was like, why'd I wake up, man? Damn. I was trying to go back to sleep, but I couldn't go back to sleep.
Dude, yeah, I hate that. I wake up, I'm like, damn.
Like we wake up too early.
Why'd I have to pee? I'm never drinking water before I go to bed ever again.
Doge Viking Norris said, just for the meme, never went into cats when D shouted November 23rd, so I hold slap cat as a trophy to slap myself for not being degen enough November 23rd. Almost sounds like some push-ups. USA. So I'm thinking 4th of July, we're gonna see rockets. That's when Bitcoin is gonna really soar, right before 4th of July, a little bit after maybe. But all my trend lines are saying that's where we're heading. 4th of July, market's gonna be ripping for some reason. I think it's gonna be a dip before that though, because we can't just keep ripping. So somewhere between now and 4th of July, I think we're gonna have a bad dip. People are gonna get shook out, and then we're gonna rip it and be like super high levels, maybe $150,000 Bitcoin, 4th of July. Say 147 for the front run. Yeah, for real, America's gonna be it's crypto central, you know. We got to represent, so 4th of July should be bullish for crypto. Exactly, man. You know, ups and downs. We've been broke, we've been rich, we've been broke again. Logic Irritation asking if I heard about the Fed making any cuts. I have not heard. I have not done any research on the latest rate cuts. BJ was here. She would break it down. She's always in tune to what's going on with the Fed. I hope she's all good. Haven't heard from her for a while. If you're out there, BJ, hello. Yeah. Looks like Bitcoin is getting some buys. 104,900. Still pushy. Big buys coming in. I've heard of Kimbo Slice. I've never heard of Kimbo on AVAX. All right, let's see if we can break this little local, make a little higher high here. All Bitcoin has to do is get above 104,994. It's at 104,944. So $50 more, and we make a higher local high. Little steps, baby steps. That's all it takes. Imagine how dirty this move would be if, like, Bitcoin, let's say, all right, you know, we creep up towards all-time high and we get a new all-time high, price discovery, but we don't go too high. Let's say we go up to like 120 max or 117, something like that. And you know there's going to be a lot of FOMO coming in around 110 probably, but imagine you only make it to 117 and then all of a sudden Bitcoin dumps to 74K. I think that's going to be the scenario. I think we're going to hit all-time highs. We're not going to hang out there too long. We're going to whiplash all the way down to $74,000. And then by July 4th, make it back up to all-time highs again. It's going to hurt so bad, people are not going to know what to do with themselves.
Just set my sell limit at 117K. Take profit at 74. Thanks, Drew.
Hey, it might work out pretty well.
Yeah, you never know.
Maybe give yourself a little bit room. Instead of 74, move it up a little bit, 76. And the 117, just to be safe, go down to like maybe 115, 114.
Okay, I will adjust it now.
Non-financial advice.
Okay. But the scenario which you're just saying actually makes sense. You need some kind of a shakeout to grab as much liquidity as possible and as fast as possible as well.
Yeah, and Bitcoin is born to do that, I think. Like, and it's getting better and better, and it's figuring out ways to just give max pain to the market, even while it goes up.
Yep. But I believe it's gonna drop maybe. No, I don't think lower. Maybe 68 to the golden pocket because we haven't touched that area.
I like that area a lot. I think you're like, that's really my real target. I just don't want to scare people. It's actually 69. So right below 69 a little bit. That makes the most sense. Like just looking at the chart without considering anything else, I would imagine they would have to retest 69.
Yeah. Just set my buy order there now.
It's like fishing.
Yeah. And I'm gonna keep taking sleeping pills till that day.
Just sleep the whole hibernate until it happens. Have a big loud alarm. All right, Bitcoin got a little bit of rejection here. It didn't make the higher local. It made a lower high on the small time frame. So we might test 104.200 again. I think that area. Yeah. Oh, 10 push-ups. All right, you could do girl push-ups if you want. Let's go. So guess what? Coinbase is set to join the S&P 500 on Monday. Okay. I did not know that. That's pretty good.
They announced it 2 days ago, I believe.
Yeah, I'm late. I just found that out right now.
You're busy with your Doge, my friend.
Yep. My Doge and my new motorcycle. I've been playing with my new toy.
Did you get the license?
Yeah, I got the permit, the learner's permit. I got it yesterday.
Sweet. Be careful, my friend.
No, I will. Thank you. Yeah. No, I know. I've had them for you. Definitely. Safety is the name of the game. And I'm riding mostly in trails. I'm not doing. Yeah, I know. I'm doing mostly trails. I'm not like riding in the city and stuff like that, and riding on highways or anything like that. Yeah, I just got like a short ride through the back streets to pick up my girlfriend, and then from there it's like straight into the woods. So I'm never like on a main road or anything like that. Really, like 25-mile-per-hour roads and stuff like that. Really slow.
And you have a girlfriend? I don't have a life, bro. This crypto thing is draining me.
It's tough. Luckily, she got a job, so I can, goof around while she's at work.
Yeah.
Or she's one of a kind, my friend.
Yeah. Not a lot of girls understand. You gotta be looking at charts for a long time.
Never
Crazy.
understand.
Oh, they'll understand once you take profit and you buy them something nice. They'll understand.
This is the only time when they understand.
Yeah, it's like, okay, go ahead, look at the chart.
Disappear for 1 week, as much as possible. But let's do something.
The thing is, I think the most important thing is to keeping a relationship. Is you can never, it's better to under promise and over deliver than to over promise and under deliver. So if you're like, babe, I'm just, it's gonna be just 2 more months, and it's like, man, no, give yourself that leeway. Tell her it's like this whole year, babe, I gotta do this for, don't, because she's like, it's been 2 months and all you've been doing is staring at the charts. You gotta tell her this is gonna take all year. This might take 2 years. This might take 5 years, babe. You just gotta hang with me. Prepare them, Don't lie and say it's only gonna take 2 years,
You have to see my girlfriend eyes when one time I lost like 65,000 K, and she was like nagging, take the profit, and I was like, no, I'm waiting till 100K. And then the second day, that's back on 2017, when Facebook announced that it's no longer allowed to advertise for crypto or Bitcoin specifically. And the second day I woke up with a bloodbath on the screen.
Oh man.
I was like, 20K is enough, and she was like, uh-huh.
Yep. I've been in that situation. I pretty much lost my whole portfolio. I bet on this thing called Brain Trust when it first got listed on Coinbase. And I put in more than $250,000 in it. And I lost it all in a matter of like a week and a half, basically. And my girlfriend was telling me, she's like, why don't you just sell here? It's like, well, I want to sell at least, let it bounce back up to touch that resistance and I'll sell there. And she knows a little bit about crypto. She's like, you're in a death spiral. She's like, just get out now, And I was like, no, because they're doing this thing with Black & Decker and IBM and blah, 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 blah. And she gave me that look like, you're going to get wrecked. And she was so right. But yeah, man, luckily after that, so I got wrecked. I lost most of it. I had a few $1,000 left, I'd say close to 10, 12,000. And I went all in on SHIB when it first got listed on Coinbase, and I made the money back. And then SHIB dumped, and luckily I sold the top, and it pumped right back to the first pressure candle it got on Coinbase. If you zoom in on SHIB listing on Coinbase, you can see pumped, dumped, then pumped. And I got to ride it a second time all the way to the top. It was the luckiest trade I made in my life. So that just got me back on track after getting wrecked. I got lucky, and it was so high risk. And she was telling me, she said, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm making my money back, baby. I'm doing it. And we did it.
That's why she loves you.
Yeah, she's still with me.
She's still with you.
Even though I lost that money again after.
And you made it again.
Yeah, well, but not through crypto, through some other means. Luckily, I made it, but I lost it in the DeFi stuff that I was going into. I was going real heavy in a lot of meme coins and that had very low market cap, 100 million market cap, even 50 million market cap, and I was just getting wrecked left and right. And before you knew it, it's like $250,000 was gone.
Wow. Yeah, sometimes it works. Sometimes it just really hurts. And I exactly know the feeling when you just feel yourself empty. Like, what's happening?
What's crazy is it's not like, the losing, because you're getting some trades and you get momentum and you start making it back. So like even through trading, probably I'm like halfway there already to get back to where I wanted to be through crypto trading. But the thing is, the opportunity loss usually hurts the most, even though it shouldn't. Like the scenarios when I'm like, okay, I made money on a trade. Like one time I bought all this pork, I sold my Pepe, I had close to 60 billion Pepe. And I wanted to buy the fork of Pepe, which is pork. It was Pepe fork, so they called it pork. Mm-hmm. And I just swapped to that. And as soon as like one day after I swapped to pork, Pepe ran up to the billions from 300 million market cap. And I sold 58 billion coins, and it went up to like 7 billion. And I wanted to catch a retrace, and I couldn't catch it. I was just like watching it go up. I'm like, yeah, I'll buy the next dip. And it didn't dip like proper enough for me to really get a position. And I just watched it. So I think those things hurt more than losing money sometimes, when you're just like,
Exactly,
oh man,
Just watching that you could make a lot of money, but you could
Yeah.
Yeah. And especially that that you should be there at that moment, and when you just don't click, you just had to hesitate to click that button.
Yeah, you were there. It was in your hands, But that's the whole thing is you live, you learn, and all those experiences make you stronger. And especially the extreme experiences, I think. And then you start learning to calculate your risk. And no matter how much you lose, even if it's a lot, as long as you stick to the rule of saying, hey, if I lose everything, I'm not going to be homeless. Like make sure you have that money to survive, to have your food, to live the way you want to live, because if you're starting putting your rent money and all that stuff in gambling, it's a bad cycle to get into. And it's just like, stay out of that. Just go find a job for like, even if it's an odd job or if it's like Uber Eats or DoorDash, just do that for like a few months and get back on the hustle. I had to do that. People are like, what the hell is Drew doing DoorDash? I thought he's like a whale or something, It's like, no, man, I had to work. It was like my portfolio was down. I was in a lawsuit. I was spending a lot of money on lawyers, and I had no money. And I wanted to get dry powder. So what I do every day, I woke up 7:30, got in the car, did the DoorDash, made $350 a day, and I worked from 8 a.m. to like 10 p.m. And I was averaging $300 to $350 a day. And that was enough to start getting my momentum going back in trading, And I was like, all right, let's do it,
Yeah. Actually, you just like the other day, like I was opening a position, and I was really ill. Like I think that COVID was, I don't know, but I was sick, like too much. And I was like trading. I opened the position, and they said, no, I will put my stop loss and I will sleep. So I just went to the bathroom, and then I had to take shower. I came back. Everything was okay. I sat on the chair, and then after man, literally from how much I was tired, I just like lost it on the chair. And then I woke up with like literally almost zero. My heart started racing, and I was like, no, I've been working for this for the past 4 months. What's going on now? And then I could not, like, I had to stop to kill the loss. Like, yes, I lost it. That's it. And they had to grow the account back, which I did actually in no time, in a matter of 3 weeks. And this is the 4th week. I'm almost back to the same figure which I used to have.
Oh, nice. Just be extra careful, man. Like, don't, as long as you're extra careful and like have that number, like, in my opinion, it doesn't matter how well your trade's going or like what the technical analysis of. I always think you should line in the sand and you get very cautious. Let's say it's $10,000 for your portfolio or 50,000, whatever. If you get below that 10,000 level, just stop. Don't do any more trading. Just get out, do something else, do like a few odd jobs on the side, make a few $100, and then get back in with a little bit of extra money made on the side. But like
I did something much better actually. There is a button which you can click actually, and the exchange will suspend you from trading for as much time as you already set. So there is something called cool down. So whenever you lose, it's like a big chunk of your portfolio. It directly pop up on your screen, and it's either you click it or no. So if you click, then you're not gonna be able to trade for 48 hours. Zero, nothing, not opening a single position, and you cannot.
What exchange is that?
OKX.
Nice. That's a very good feature.
And it's on Binance as well, but in Binance you have to go do it manually.
That's interesting. That's a good feature for OKX to do that, because I think that's an important thing, to just step away, because crypto goes up and down. A lot of people are like, oh, I'm gonna miss this pump, I'm gonna miss this opportunity. It's like, man, every day.
You can miss it.
Yeah,
exactly. Every day you have multiple entries. Whether on the short term or on the long term, it's like you have it once, twice a week. Short term, you have it like 3-4 times a day. So it depends on what you want to do, whether you want to scalp daily or you just want to hold weekly.
But yeah, I think that's the most simplest way of risk management, is just like creating that line, no matter what your trades are. You know, say you start your portfolio with $10,000 and you say, hey, my goal is to get $100,000. I want to 10x this portfolio within a few years or something. But if you go under, let's say you start with 10,000, you have to make that level where you're like, you don't want to lose at all. So you give yourself some room to lose a little bit. So let's say 8,500. And if you go below that, just stop, you know, and that means you've been doing it wrong. You've lost, you know, $1,500 already. You just got to take a break and reassess the situation.
Exactly, Drew. Exactly. Do you know what happened? Like, I lost that big chunk, and then after that, I start to revenge trading without feeling that I'm doing a revenge trading. It's not about like you want to revenge. It's like, no, you see an opportunity and you just want to get back everything you lost in a single trade. And this will never happen and will never work. Okay, and you're just gonna keep losing to the limit, which you will be really draining the full amount of your full account. Like, you will drain it 100%.
Yeah, and what sucks, it's a natural human reflex. It's a human psychological reflex to want to do those things with revenge. You know, we have that passion, that emotion in us. That's what makes us human. But we have to kind of turn ourselves into robots and just saying, man, don't fight it. You've lost. Step back and fight again once you took a break and reassess the situation. Don't stay in this situation, you know. And it's like, sometimes you're like, well, if I lost this much, that means I'm already in a position where, you know, it's going to go up because it already went down. That scenario could be good if you know the project's good and you have dry powder to get yourself out, you know, to buy the dips. But if you don't have extra money to start buying the dips and working yourself out, it's better just to cut your losses short and say, you know, F that. I lost $1,500. Let's try again tomorrow, you know? And tomorrow, don't try with all the 8,500 you have left. You know, maybe start managing that a little bit better and split that in two and be like, all right, since it didn't go well, let me just go with $4,000. So I still at least have 4,500 left in the bank, you know?
Yeah, exactly. And this was crazy, actually. Like, I was like, literally every single position I have open, it was absolute. Like, I was an absolute idiot. Like, if when I go back to the chart and I check my entries and I was like, how it's impossible to do such crazy stuff. Like, I was buying the top and losing and keep adding on that. Like, what's happening?
Yeah. When I look back at my lines on some of my charts and I see the activity in some of the areas where I was doing my charting and my lines, I'm just like, yo, all the lines I have are like in the worst places where it's like I'm telling myself to buy. And I'm like, why did I do that? And there it looked like it was a breakout. But then looking back, it's like I didn't have a proper setup for a breakout there. You know, I still had a higher high behind me that I had to take care of. And I didn't take those things in consideration because I was revenge trading, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Your patience just dropped to zero. You become impatient person. Like, you just like want to do anything now, and this is gonna wreck you out, my friend.
But yeah, to people getting into it, you know, it's like, if you're just.
I think I have to test it. Sorry, Drew, I'm cutting you. Like, I think you have to test such situation, but not with a significant big number. But you must feel this. You must feel it, because you will never learn from other people's mistakes. This is what I learned in my life. It's even if someone will come and tell you what you're doing now is wrong and you're gonna lose, he will just say, I'm gonna do it myself. And you do it, and then you lose, and then you say, why I didn't listen to that guy? Then you learn the hard way. So people must learn the hard way in order to have this mind of like this setup in their brain that, okay, here's the mistake I should avoid. I have to do that. I have bad experience here. I have good experience there. Like this is something I think is must is a must.
Yeah. And let's see, Sam's asking advice to grow capital from small. We don't give advice here. Let's give opinions and we entertain thoughts. But to entertain your thought, I would say, the whole thing with something small, usually you want to kickstart. And this goes against my ideology. But the best way, if you're dealing with something small at the beginning, there's one advantage you have. It's like when you have nothing to lose, you can go in heavy, in my opinion. So if you're starting small, you need a kickstart. You need to do that big trade. You need that leverage. Like this is non-financial advice, but this is how I would approach it. Like when you got nothing to lose and you have a little bit, you need a kickstart. So you go high risk, in my opinion. You don't go low risk with a little. So when you have that little bit, you look for the high risk plays until you get one, man. It's the way I look at it. Whether it's putting 10x leverage on or 100x leverage on a Bitcoin trade, if you know what you're doing and you have a little bit of money, I think that's the way to start off. You got to go in hard at the beginning and say, hey, it's like flip of a coin. Either I make it or I don't. And if you make it, you have something to start off with, but you need a kickstart. And without that kickstart, it's going to be tough to start with very little funds. So you want to go in hard and just for that first kickstart and then step back and, slow down. That's how I take it if you don't have that much capital, because you're in an advantage. When you don't have that much, it means you have nothing to lose. So you might as well be willing to lose it.
Yes, sir.
But I'm totally against leverage trading, but in that situation, I think it could be to your advantage to kickstart your portfolio. But once you get to level, let's say that your small amount is only $100, right? And you say, how do I start with $100? Divvy that up, put 90 aside and experiment, $10 on a heavy, really quick, high leverage play. And that's you're managing your risk because you're not going all in with your $100. You're only using $10. But you go in a very high risk, high leverage play, and it's either like you flip a coin. You're like, either I'm going to make this trade or not. And either you turn that $10 to $100 or you lost it all. And you have to be happy if you lost it all because you had a learning experience and you paid $10 to learn. And I think that's fine to lose $10 to learn. And you just keep on trying to learn until you get that kickstart. And once you get that kickstart, you reassess your situation and just, slow it down, put something aside that you made. If you're up above $1,000, put at least 600 on the side, 700 on the side, and then do a little bit lower risk with that 300, with whatever 25, 30% of what you have, and use that other 700 to have to feed your account if you're on cross margin or something, or if you want to buy your dips to get yourself out of the dip, you just use that for that. But never go swing all in, all out until you're at a comfortable level and of like really knowing that, your portfolio is where it should be.
Absolutely agree with you.
But it's still, we're at the casino here, man. So it's like you got to test your luck. You got to press your luck to make it, and it takes money to make money. And usually with the high leverage trades, even though you're not using that much money to make a lot of money, the reason that works out is because usually people don't get those trades. Only maybe 2%, 3% people are able to get those.
Actually, I have a rule for leverage trading. I don't stay in one position more than maximum if the market is slow, more than 2 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's it. Whether it's a loss or it's a gain, that's it. Because it's too risky, man. It's too risky. When you do leverage, it's like you're telling them, "Come grab my money." The market maker know where is your stop loss. The market maker can do whatever they want on the chart. at any certain moment. Bad news can come in a second without you just feel.
Yeah.
There's too many factors which will. This is my opinion. This is how I do it. Like it's a quick gains. Like let's say I want to do today $1,000. I just do today. That's it. This is my limit. No more trading. I don't want to do 2,000. I don't want to take. If I was lucky and I hit 2, 3, that's perfect. If I didn't make the 1,000, then that's okay. I just made some at least. Or sometimes I go out with nothing. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Stick to your
my
rules.
PNL on a weekly basis. Oh, it's I never calculate my PNL on a daily basis. It's on a weekly basis. How much I made this week? How much I lost that this week?
I'll be right back.
But if I want to go long term, I just like if I see like there is a potential for BTC that will hit 120, then I will just go and buy it on spot and leave it there. So we're talking about like from this price to 20, we're talking about 14,000. So if you have one BTC, then you're making 14K, which is nice.
Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in. Watch out. DJG009 said he just got off the phone with Snoop. Get ready for all-time high by Friday, huh? Man, I don't know about Snoop, though. I remember he kind of tried to dump his Doge a little too quick. I'm not self-shaming Snoop for dumping his Doge and trying to flip the script. But he did try to flip the script, man. He kind of did a bait and switch. Did YouTube go down for anyone? That's weird. My YouTube just crashed. Anyways, Bitcoin's about to retest that local high, I think. Look at that. We're getting nice bounces above 105,000. The Bears couldn't do it at the first half of the day. Everyone's swearing that, the Bears are going to take control, but they just couldn't do it. The Bulls had more power. I think they got more ammunition in their war chest than the Bears do. And I double dosed there's some of these Bears to see, I thought we can get below 101. Said I would sell all my crypto if we get below 101. They could not get me to sell. But yeah, it's early in the week. Maybe we got a midweek reversal coming up. And that could be both ways, technically, the way we're sitting. But on the macro, we haven't seen any kind of sign of reversal just yet, especially on the daily. On Bitcoin daily, still hanging, stair-stepping, looking long and strong. And I still believe there's a magnet that's just kind of canceling out any logical TA. And that magnet is pulling us up to the all-time high. We do know Bitcoin likes to tease. So it might happen in a shifty kind of way if it happens. But it's boom or bust. All-time high or 69 to 74K in my opinion. If we can't make all-time high, I don't think we'll be able to get a proper bounce on 100. I'll be right back. Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in. Watch out. For anybody that's not looking at the chart, Bitcoin crossed its local high. It pretty much shattered it. Its local high was 105,486. Now it just touched 105,750. A slight rejection there, very small. I'm on the micro zoomed in 1 minute. And looking good right now for the bulls. And we're still cooking some bear meat out back. Big buys, big buys. All right, Bitcoin went past that little rejection. We blew past it. Right now it's touching 105,760. Order book still looking healthy. Some profits have been took, but it looks like there's still more buys than sells coming on this depth chart. Uh-oh. You know what time it is? Rockets, rockets, rockets. All right, Doge just touched its local resistance. I got a fat blue line here drawn out at 0.22140. I'm really hoping Doge can try to make a cross here this time. At least 0.22151. Just give me a little higher high. That's all I want. We don't have to shatter it. Bitcoin hopefully is going to find a nice tight range in between 110,000 and 105,000 pretty soon. Maybe hang out there for a little bit before it shatters its all-time high. Bears are panicking. Slowly they're becoming bulls. We don't want too many bears to become bulls. I like when there's a lot of bears. Keep shorting it, you know, short, non-financial advice. Because the shorts fuel the fire that the bulls are looking for, actually, which is an interesting paradox. So the more you short, the higher Bitcoin goes. Think about that. Big buys, big buys, big buys.
Thru is buying.
Look at that one, 850.
Wow, 874 buy.
Another one, 241.
Yeah, I'd say next resistance on Bitcoin, looking at the 15 minutes, probably 106.383. Around there, maybe 106.4.
We're forming a very huge
Big buy.
gap on the 30 minutes chart.
Someone just bought another $1 million. There's another $800,000 buy. Oh, $5.3 million buy. Big buy. Another $5.3 million buy. $2.2 million buy. $5.3 million buy. $1.1 million sell. Another $1.1 million sell. $2.2 million buy. $1.8 million buy. And we got another $500,000. Oh, $1.9 million buy. $2 million buy. $2.1 million buy. $500,000 sell. $700,000 sell. $1.2 million buy. Big buys, $2 million, $1.1, $500,000, $700,000, $500,000, $800,000 buys. Buys. $2.8 million sell. Big buys, $600,000 buy, $300,000 sell, $400,000 sell. Big buys, $1.91 million with some big sells on top, $2.5 million sell, $1.1 million sell, another $1.1 million sell, $4.9 million sell. What do we got going on here? Someone took some profits, $1.1 million. So $4.7 million big buy up here on top. Someone does not care. 4.7 on the top, 3.5, another $4 million on the top. 2.8. That's how we do it. Bang, bang, boogie, boogie. I'll be right back. Smells like some cooked bear meat out here. This barbecue's still going. If anybody wants some lunch, we got some coleslaw, we got some beer, and we got endless supplies of bear meat. And it seems like the boys went back out to slaughter some more because there's a little bit of overpopulating happening right now, and we have to control the herds. and this overpopulation is not good. So we're gonna have to slaughter a few more bears, and anybody, you can take some takeouts for your family or whatever. Endless supplies today. Come one, come all. Bear barbecue. Big buys. We're testing the local high here. Keep on pushing. Doge about to touch 0.222. Bitcoin right under 106,200. If we pop that, we might get a little champagne.
What we up to, guys?
106.2.
I took profit. I had to do it a little bit. I might jump back in if we break out, but
You mean a little bit? How many percentage did you jump out of your position?
no, I'm saying for a little bit. I took it all out.
You're a sucker sometimes, bro.
Dude, I'm just saying right now. I don't know. We'll see who the sucker is. Maybe I am a sucker if we keep on pumping here, but I want to give. Maybe I'm being greedy, but I want some more Doge.
Oh, I hear you. I hear you, but watch it take off to 28 cents on you 4 minutes after you sell the damn thing.
I made a calculated risk right now, and I'm just right now. I'm thinking, and I'm either gonna jump right back in and pay the extra transaction fee, whatever, 200 some bucks plus a little bit of slippage, and jumping on a breakout, or I wait a little bit and I buy Doge when Bitcoin hits that 105,200 again, or somewhere around there, 105. So I'm calculating that risk. I'm going to lose a little position if I do the breakout trade. But if it doesn't break out here, I'm probably going to have a little bit more Doge.
What was the price you sold out at?
Let's see where I got filled. Hold on, I got to turn on the order book. Where is this order book at? View the book. View.
Drew,
I got filled at point.
don't go the whole damn thing.
Point,
That is pressing my. That's
hey,
what
man,
the
I'm
greed. That's a
gorilla.
greed button. That's one I figured out. If I want to, but that's why I spread my order out a little bit in case we do rip up a little higher.
I got filled exactly at 0.22286. I mean, I still have that wallet. I still have that Doge wallet.
Yeah, but you ain't touching that one still. Remember? No, that ain't on the table
for years. So I'm still in position like on that wall. But right now, my big swingy, I'm just trying to, scalp
Drew,
a little more.
I'm in the identical same boat you are. We are swinging larger bags on upswings to try and hopefully scoop a little bit more below. I've been playing this game truly all in Doge for years now. I just love it when you're playing. I go, what, bro? You just the whole.
It's just I see like right now the bulls are kind of losing a little bit of steam at this. They should have broke this resistance right here. We hit a local angular on Bitcoin. So I'm just thinking Bitcoin has to test another lower local angular, and right when we test that, if I see the order book fill up on Bitcoin, then I'm just gonna jump right back in those. Bang bang, boogie woogie.
Angular. So that's why it's easy to just go half in and half out. So if it drops lower, you scoop some more. If it goes higher,
that works for you, man. I like going all in and all out, man. That's how I know,
but it's tough when I do it my way. Is because when I go half in and it goes the opposite way. Sure, I could go up and take profit, but then I'm waiting for it to come way back down for it to be able to fill my lower order mentally. It's weird.
And whatever, you got whatever works the best for you, I guess. Because like for me, sometimes that works in fading and fading out, depending on the circumstances and what my long-term goal is. But right now, I'm definitely trying to get a little bit more Doge. So, it's a greed move. I admit it is a greedy move.
Well, it's like we're both fishermen. We're both fishing for the same fish on the same bridge. You show up with one big pole, and I got two medium-sized poles. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah,
we're going for the same fish.
But hold on,
we got the same amount of bait.
I'm gonna try to focus on this trade a little bit, but I definitely hear what you're saying.
That's what makes it fun. I like fishing with you, Drew.
I like that analogy.
Totally, we're fishing here.
One big pole, two small, medium-sized poles. I
break my shrimp in half, and he just chucks the whole shrimp in going for the big fish. I just break my shrimp in half.
Sounds
slightly
gay. Not gonna lie.
Pause. At least we're not crossing swords.
Yeah, don't cross my fishing lines, right? It's tough fishing with two poles. They do tangle lines on you all the time.
So what's gonna happen here, man? These bulls are still trying. Someone just made a big buy right now. Are they gonna make me jump back in and lose some of that Doge, aren't they? Let's see what happens here.
Hey, Drew, I want you to call your homies, your vampire friend, to push the price a little bit on BTC, bro.
Well, be careful, because right now, if I call them, I'm gonna ask them to sell.
Please give us a favor as well, bro. Give us a fuck honor.
What, you want me to tell them to sell, or you want me to tell them to buy?
I'm already in long position, bro.
You're in long, yeah, man. Right now, I just jumped
Yeah.
out, so if we make a higher high here on the local, I'm gonna jump back in on the breakout. But if not, I'm gonna see if we can recover that vector and see if at least 105.4, 105.3, something like that, and then I'll make that call.
Yeah, that's possible, bro. That's possible.
Yeah, if we don't break out soon on Bitcoin, I'm looking at the hourly, and either we break this, I'd say within the next half an hour, hopefully, for the bull's sake. But if we can't break that 105, 1065, somewhere around there, kind of like the hourly top of the body candles, previous highs, I think definitely
Yeah,
like
we're
a
gonna go down
retrace.
then.
Yeah, a retrace to 1042 would be the first real major support. I think you'd have, you'd still have one at 105 at 1054. There's one level. There's another level at 1042. And from 1042, you don't really have anything until 1022. But
Yeah.
those are levels. And if it goes below 1022, I think it's going to go all the way down to 93. Between 95 and 93.
I'm riding along wherever this BITCH goes. I'll ride along.
But if we break out here, it could be really good. We can make a very nice move if we do it soon. I'm going to jump in on a breakout trade if we do. And it looks like the bulls are preparing for that.
Yeah.
All right, Bitcoin made a higher high. Let's see if we have any momentum. Finger on the trigger here. Oh, man, I got to twist something up. I'll be right back.
Hang in there, Drew. Don't buy back in up here.
Big cells, big cells. Yeah, so Bitcoin has potential support right at this level, but if bulls don't step in, there's another gap. That'll take us to 105-ish. Oh man, I gotta run. I'll be right back.
Everybody here today?
Yes, sir.
What's going on, fam?
What's up, bro? How you
What
doing?
up?
Pretty good, pretty good. Just getting back to the office. I was just checking some of the buy walls and sell walls, and it looks like we have 500 as a big sell walls just right above at let's see. The first one it came at around 480 to 500 Bitcoin for sale at 106,400. Then we've got around 400 Bitcoin for sale at 106,600. At 106,500, we've got about 175 Bitcoin for sale. And then 107,100, we've got like 720 Bitcoin for sale. For buy walls, I got like 400 Bitcoin to buy at 103,800.
I'ma buy it. I'ma buy it all.
Let's go, buddy. I'm gonna join you there. I'm gonna join you, but at,
All right.
at 100K. At 100K.
Oh, okay. All right.
Maybe a 98.
Maybe a 94, huh?
Oh, I'll be buying all the way down.
So I'm still hanging in this little short I got from last night. So I already took profit. I already made good profit. I took half of the bag out. So I still feel like Dbloc to a degree, like he still think that, man, you would think we would want to come down on a little correction, but man, Bitcoin is just it's not playing that game right now.
I know, right? It's weird. It's funny how it does it. It wants to go down, but it can't.
It's something that we talked about weeks ago. It could be a lockout rally, like where like Dbloc says, and sideways is down, and that's it. And and people just have to deal with it. You know, just because
Yeah, but I don't know.
because someone thinks it should go down to 100K or 97K, you know, you don't have to. It makes sense that it would do that, but I mean, you know.
Yeah, and as well, I was thinking about this a couple weeks back. Since everybody is literally waiting, a lot of people are waiting and
Exactly.
anticipating that 100K.
That's what I'm
Maybe
thinking.
the majority doesn't get what they want. That's the one little thing that just kind of in the back of my mind.
No, Helix, that's what I've been thinking too. Like, man, maybe they just to me, people are trying to eye high or low or a pullback, and it's just the market ain't gonna let it do it. It ain't gonna do it. It's gonna force people to jump in and FOMO in. Maybe that's what that's going on here.
I think it will retrace.
Exactly what's going on.
I think it will retrace. They want you to think that it's not going to retrace, but just wait for the
Yeah.
S&P.
Of course. Yeah.
When the S&P goes down, it will help
I agree.
Bitcoin retrace.
I agree, and we're getting a little. We're getting a little action today now on the S&P, so I agree. Yeah, we need to see some lower prices on S&P and Legacy to help that out. But let's be fair. We're at 105 right now. You know, we're talking about what, a 6, 7, 8K drawdown. I mean, we're not asking for a whole lot here. You know.
Yeah, it's nothing compared to what we just went through.
Yeah, we're not asking for a whole lot, so.
I mean, what I'm doing is I'm just trying to be patient and wait for the opportunity.
For sure.
Yeah, me too, man. I think this has been the most patient I have ever been going into a trade or adding into a trade. It's crazy how much how much you guys in Dbloc have just like really showed and just waiting and patience is actually where the money is made.
Yeah, you don't get money when you don't make money when you buy, you don't make money when you sell, you make money when you wait.
Yeah, waiting for that good setup, that proper setup. Yeah, man, for sure.
Hmm. And it will come. It will come, and we're gonna all be here, and we're gonna be talking about it, and we're gonna be like, hey, look, this might be it here. You know, load the bags up. Like we will all be here for it, and you know, we all try to help each other out.
Yes, sir. Anyways, we still got the 3-day down for the
Yeah,
false move the week beginning. So
As long as there's no higher high today, then that should be the case, which it's looking like it might be struggling to make a higher high because if nobody jumps in after these vectors, then the vectors are just going to keep getting taken back.
yeah, very true.
but quite on, we do have this little dippity dipping on the SPY, so that might be the start of a couple down days here, maybe. We'll see.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's
I mean, I
healthy.
would think so. It's kind of like, so what's, I mean, the SPY, what's cool is that it does kind of technically have, I'll need to look at it closer, but I think it's an overbalance in time and price, which means that we should make a higher low on the S&P.
Mhm.
But I do think it's going to drop because I don't think this is sustainable. So I would just be patient. Like, don't fall victim to FOMO.
For sure, yeah.
It's frustrating as hell, but if
Nah,
you're
there's no
just
reason to
patient,
FOMO. Yeah, there's no reason to
like,
FOMO right now, man. There ain't no reason for that.
yeah, like there's really like in most cases, if you just wait, you'll get a better opportunity. It sucks having to be patient to wait for it, but once everybody loses all their patience and everyone's like, "Oh, I'm just gonna
Yep.
FOMO and screw it," then that ends up being a local top.
Yep. This is where we develop the real skills for this.
Yeah. When the retracements get more and more shallow, that means that like you're getting closer to a top.
Like the higher lows you're talking about, as they get
Yeah,
smaller and smaller, and that's a little good sign that we're getting towards the top. I didn't have thought
yeah.
of that. Nice little tip right there. Thanks.
Yeah, because people will be waiting to get in, waiting to get in, waiting to get in. They get impatient. They move up their buy orders, and then you eventually get to a point where nobody's buying anymore. And then when people start selling and there's nobody left to buy, that's when you get the bigger retracements. And then that's like a real correction, like not just a retracement, but a correction. The price needs to correct to a more fair value where people are actually going to be willing to buy again. I'd say that's kind of the biggest difference between smart money and dumb money is patience. The amount of patience that smart money has is ridiculous compared to the how little patience dumb money has. I've been dumb money a bunch of times in the past and it hasn't worked out very well. I've been smart money before in the past and it's worked out much better. Smart money is about just waiting for the right signals, the right timing, having enough patience to see those signals. And that goes for buying and selling. You want to be patient, wait for a good opportunity to buy, but you also don't want to sell too early, so you want to be patient and look for a good opportunity to sell.
Yeah, yeah.
You buy with intentions of something going up in value, you sell with intentions of that thing going down in value. And the thing is, it's like if your ROI is not a very suitable risk to reward, like, I mean, how much are you really risking if you're wrong? And what will you really gain if you're right? When that window of reward gets smaller and that window of risk gets larger, you don't really want to enter.
Can somebody explain the order book on the left of the screen? They're obviously red is sell, green is buy, but there's some black and there's some yellow that come through on
That's
size.
That's just delta neutral. So that's like
Okay.
when
black
there's
is
a buyer that matches the seller, it comes up black. When there's a
great. Thank you.
bigger buy, it's green. When it's a bigger sell, it's red.
so
But
a good example, like, so let's say you sell 1 Bitcoin and I buy 1 Bitcoin, that's delta neutral. That'll turn out black. Let's say you sell 2 Bitcoin and I buy 1 Bitcoin, that would be that's an imbalance there. So market maker has to balance that out. So which would not make it delta neutral.
Thank you, guys.
yeah, like if I was to buy one at the same exact price that you were selling one, then it would come up as delta neutral. That's what the black ones are. When there's a heavy imbalance, you get yellows. And I think those are mostly market orders.
Yeah, I think the yellow Dbloc's got it. If it's anywhere above 20 Bitcoin, it'll be a high order with a yellow block in quantity size.
How fast do you think 2,000 Bitcoin can be bought up? We have a 2,000 Bitcoin buy wall basically over the course of the next 2,000 from 105 to 107. Can we just blast through that?
You say a sell wall or
Seems like
buy wall?
Is it a sell wall above us, right?
Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, it depends on how much. I mean, how we
Oh,
could blast
There would
through
have to be a lot of people buying. because
Exactly. Yeah.
It depends on how long those orders have been there. Like if they're like whichever order's been there the longest will get filled first. But somebody has to buy at that level in order to
Yep.
fill it. And then once there's enough people buying enough Bitcoin to where all those sell orders have executed, assuming they're not moved or canceled, once they all get executed and people buy through it, then it should go up to a higher level. It would break that resistance. But if there's not enough buyers that step in at that point to buy all the Bitcoin that's at that sell wall, then the price will just drop from there. As opposed to in terms of how long it would take, it depends on how many people actually show up to buy at that level. But if they're not all executed, then the price will drop.
Right on. Thanks.
Especially like if you're the last guy in the order book, or if you're the last guy to place his order and your order didn't get filled and the price starts going down, you're like, oh, all right, well, I at least want to sell like at this price, and you do a market sell that just causes the price to drop even further. Like, so if they don't all get fully executed, and then those people like basically move down their orders and they market sell, then that'll cause the price to drop as well. But I mean, 2,000 is a pretty decent quantity.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's big cell walls on top of us.
I mean, you're talking like over $200 million that it would take to buy through there, like, you know, almost $250 million.
That's what I was thinking. It seems like that's an awful lot of Bitcoin. And I mean, granted, you have to have volume of buyers to buy all that up, but it could take, it seems like an impressive amount of time to chip away at that. Plus, are stop orders or stop losses up there for, shorts? Are those included in those numbers?
No, if you're looking at the order books for buy wall, sell walls, that's just like market orders. Um, it is not
They're
stop
they're
losses.
for, s-
But
they're
if
for
you're looking at the liquidation lines on Dbloc's chart, those are liquidation levels and stop losses, yes.
Gotcha.
Helix, you retain information pretty decently.
If I want to, yeah.
Okay, I hear you on that.
If it interests me and I'm in it to win it, yeah, I'm pretty good at retaining things and learning quick. But if it's something that I'm not really in the mood or, yeah,
Yeah.
no, it just goes in and out the other as quickly as they speak it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's sort of like a defense mechanism in your brain that that prevents it from being overflooded with information. So like whatever information your brain deems as important, it's gonna store and retain, and whatever it doesn't, it pretty much gets rid of, like, automatically.
Yeah, it's crazy how the brain works. It's a beautiful organ.
What what you what you th- what your brain deems as important, like, that kind of depends on what kind of person you are. So everyone's different. Like, I think anyone can retain information, but it's just what kind of information are they willing to retain, and that boils down to what type of person you are.
And I tell you, I'm a flight nurse. What I do for a living. I'm trying to hedge my bet. I'd like to retire, and this is kind of something I've been dabbling with. And yeah, I've lost more money than I've made at this point, at least as far as like day trading. So I'm trying to learn it. But man, I think that I might have smoked those cells out when I was younger, and it's harder for me to actually learn this stuff. I keep telling people
Yeah.
that I work with. We do a tremendously complicated job for a living, but this is by far one of the hardest things I've had to learn. At least this late in my life. I mean, I'm in my mid-50s, but damn, I did smoke a lot when I was young. I don't know.
Yeah,
Hard.
man, it is very difficult.
How long have you been in kind of in the game?
I've only been so I started this a little over a year ago.
Okay,
When
okay.
Bitcoin
It's
when
gonna come.
Bitcoin was when 50,000, it was 50,000 when so I'd actually signed up for a Coinbase or Robinhood account or whatever. They gave you like $5 in Bitcoin, and for whatever
Mhm.
reason, I checked it, and it was at $25. I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool. I did pretty good on this. And then I started looking it up, and it kind of interests me a little bit. And then I put in like $50 in, and then it went up to like, well, the price went up to 64,000 from 50,000, and I'm like, wow, this is really cool. I like it,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I've kind of been hooked since. So, but I'm not, I'm losing more money than I'm winning, but I'm also I'm not losing anything that
Are you
that it's not hurting me.
are you playing spot? Are you doing futures or anything? Or you trying to trade spot? Is that what you're up doing?
Well, I was trading. I traded a bit of spot. I got a couple $1,000s. It's underwater in a bunch of the different altcoins. I did
Yeah.
panic sell my Bitcoin because I ended up going back. If I would have just held on to it when I had some money at
Hindsight, yeah.
64,000, I'd be all right, But believe it or
Yeah,
not,
well,
my
you're gonna
mom
have those, and you're gonna have those. You're gonna have those. Dang, if I would have just chilled, I would have been good. Like you're gonna have those. You're gonna have to learn from them. But you just about a year, just over a year. Um, it's gonna come. You just gotta stick with it, man. You gotta stick
yeah,
with it,
thanks.
man. I'm telling you, it will
Thanks. I'm
come, and it's gonna become a lot more natural about you navigating the market. And you stay here. You stay here with us in Dbloc. I'm telling you, man.
Yeah.
It's
Time
gonna come. It's gonna come, man.
time in the market is better than timing the market.
I know how you're looking at it as like a retirement kind of thing. Maybe at your age, you might feel like, man, time's not on my side, but you're gonna have to realistically hold yourself out about at least another 3 to 5 years here.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm definitely in it to win it over time, and I'm not
All I'm
in a
going to say
huge hurry.
is get your money right, and next year Q1 summertime, like next year 2020, good, get your money right, and when we start buying in the bear market, that's when you're gonna be able to chill. Get your
I'll
money right.
definitely be paying attention. I mean, my wife is retiring this year, here in 6 months,
Oh, okay,
and
nice, nice.
we're set for retirement. It's just
Yeah.
something to hedge the bet. It's just to
Okay.
hedge the bet between now. I still have a few more years to work to be done.
Ain't
It's
nothing
gonna
wrong
be
with that, brother.
it's exciting. We're gonna build a house. We're gonna do a lot of things, man. It's gonna be nice.
The
But it's
market, crypto, and even more for legacy markets, it's the best vehicle. It's the best vehicle, man, to just to be able to compound your money that you make from working a job. It's the best vehicle, man. When you really
yeah,
get
I'm
into
I'm
it,
I'm so excited.
Hey, be very careful. Be very careful. This is really for professionals. I caution anyone to start. If you want to play with it, that's one thing. If you're trying to make a living off it or a side income, very
Oh
difficult. I've been
no.
doing it.
that's a total that's a totally different story for sure.
Yeah, that's totally. It's just
I've been
it's a
doing it
little bit here and
55
there.
years. And
Pardon?
yeah, I've been doing it a long time. And it is one of the hardest jobs you can possibly get.
I believe
And
you.
let's face it. Yeah, let's face it. You and I are probably close to the same age. I might have a decade or two on you, but once you retire, go enjoy your money, for God's sake. If you've got
I'm going
enough,
to.
enjoy
Fidelity
it.
can do way better than what I can do because all of my money's in Fidelity, and that's fine. I'm not trying to out any
Yep.
stretch. They know what they're doing.
80% of all pension funds are run. 80% of all America's funds, etc., are run by professionals, and it should be that way.
Yeah, I'm not trying to compete that way, but I look like I can hedge my bet a little bit, playing around and dabbling in with some Bitcoin and stuff. I've not done
Right.
bad with stocks, to be honest.
Right.
My long-term swings are doing pretty good. I'm all time in a year. I'm up in stocks.
Yeah, of
Crypto, I'm
course.
down.
Yeah, of course. Hey, look at any 10-year period, and the stock market went up and outperformed the banks, etc. Any 10-year period. Just pick it at random. The 50s to the 60s, the 60s to the 70s, the 70s to the 80s, the 80s and I don't have to go on. That's the best. That's the best thing to do. But thinking you can day trade it, wow, it takes enormous
no,
amounts
never.
of money. Yeah,
No,
it
I'd
takes
never do
enormous
that.
amounts of money. Yep. I mean,
That's
in the
something
last
that I
hour,
wouldn't do.
I've lost about $85,000. But it's a
Yeah, no, I'm not
hiccup
doing
for
that.
me because the account is large enough. But the market is definitely pulling back in the last hour. It takes you about once you get about 5 to 8 years experience, then you can trade. But do you really want to? I mean,
Dude,
dedicate
it's a
that.
headache. It's a headache, bro. Like
It is an absolute headache.
spot it. Just play the spot game, and yeah, you're gonna have a lot less stress on you. But you don't
And the
sound like you're
capital.
trying to day trade. He don't sound like he's trying to day trade. It's just kind of dabbling a little bit,
The capital gains alone
Oh
will
yeah.
eat you alive.
It just the fees. The fee I found that the fees are what I pay more in fees than I lose generally. So
In the
it's
stock
just
market.
just
I
messing around.
yeah, back in the day it was $75 each way plus 5%. I
Yeah.
did a $50,000 trade. It cost me a nickel. It's insane how low the fees are. Now in crypto, that's a totally different thing.
Yeah, I have just stuff riding on various different things in Robinhood, and I've done pretty good.
Good, good. And I guarantee you, your broker is not day trading.
Oh no.
Yeah, he is given orders. In fact, most in a 100-person firm, there's only 3 traders. The rest are salesmen. They call up their clients and say, "Hey, here's an opportunity for you," et cetera, and they get on the phone. We've got, $75 million worth of this stock to sell today. So get on the phones. They are mostly phone salesmen.
We're not worried about necessarily about the
There you go.
retirement thing, but
What part of the country are you in?
we're up in Michigan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ugh, no thanks. Get away from there. That's
No, man,
cold.
been here all my life. I like the seasons,
I
brother. It's
know.
good.
Wait till you get old bones.
I know. I'm dealing with my mom. My mom actually is the one. She's in her 70s, and she told me about Bitcoin. She said, "You got to buy this for $10,000 a coin." And I'm like,
That's crazy.
I'm
$10,000 a
70.
coin.
I'm 70.
I needed. She tells me 10,000 a coin. I'm like, I don't have 10 grand to put on a coin, Mom. She goes, well, come up with 10 grand.
Yeah.
That tells you how much she knew about it and how much I knew about it when it was
Right.
10 grand. She
There is
said,
an
well, I
old
bought
saying.
three
Yeah,
coins.
go ahead.
She says,
There's
I
an
bought
old
3
saying
coins.
there's an old saying when a little old woman with a bag of coins walks into the trading floor, that's the time to sell. When the public knows it, it's over. The game is over. Oh well.
She told me today she bought 3 coins the first time. I'm like, what do you mean the first time? She says, when Coinbase first opened up, I bought 3 Bitcoin. But I don't know what my password is. I don't know what anything is. I
$300.
thought you were Robinhood.
Uh-huh.
Robinhood. No, she has her Robinhood money. She's actually sold some of that, but she doesn't remember her passwords for Coinbase. Go.
Is she still single?
She's
She's
still
my age.
breaking.
Okay. She probably bought
Yeah,
it for about 300 a piece if she bought Bitcoin.
Cloud trying to skis over
Yeah.
here.
Hey.
Honestly, Clive, I would have said something, but you being close to the same age, I'm gonna do the right thing, let you have that.
I'm always on the cautious side. I trade a ton. I mean, I did 174 trades today.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
What's wrong
Back
with
and
you?
forth, back and forth. Well, United Health went way up. The market was doing pretty good. Elon, I had to report this. Elon says by next year there will be 100,000 self-driving cars on the road.
Huh. His Tesla? His cars?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Huh.
Now, do you really believe that? We're unsure whether he can have any.
No, I don't believe that.
He's supposed to be fully automated in Austin in 10 days.
Really? From today.
Yep. 10 days from now. And they still every car on the road has a driver that they're testing out. Not one is totally self. And in a year he expects to have 100,000. He has promised so many things. I mean, I thought I was the slick salesman. This is live. This is live an hour ago.
I hear you.
I bought Tesla this morning, which I normally don't do. I normally short it. And it dropped from 354. You can look at it now. It's in the upper 340s or something. It dropped $15 a share. I got out. But that man, like I said, I've met him. I've had conversations with him. He's just a slick. He was right place, right time. He's a good engineer, but that's the extent of it.
That's
It's
the
not a
only
problem.
thing you're basing all of this off of is your conversation, which you said you had with him at a conference. But
I'm
you
basing it
drop your
on a
feelings
lot
to the
of.
side sometimes. Drop your
Oh, I
emotions and
understand.
feelings.
No, I made a ton of money on Tesla today.
But all you do
But
is keep rolling it off your sleeve every single day how you hate the man because you didn't
don't
talk to
hate
you at
him.
a conference.
Don't hate him.
Now, if you want me to
He
talk to you
overpromised.
seriously, what were you actually doing at that conference? If you've worked in the fields that you've worked for the years that you have, selling rugs and all these things, but you say you're an astrophysicist, I'd
Right.
like to
My
actually
degree is
ask
in
you the
astrophysicist.
question you asked him. Maybe the
It was
question
about.
or
It
what you
was
said to
about.
him pissed
He
him
said
off.
that. Okay. He stated that we would likely be first Mars and then the moons of Jupiter.
That's
And
all it
it's like
was. It's an idea. It's a common thing. Can't wait to leave the
It's
entire
not.
solar system.
Okay.
With your old school brain that's still in an
Jupiter.
analog way,
The
it
moons
is
of
you're right.
Jupiter.
It is. I fully agree with you. It is
He
very
hey, you
again,
asked a question. Let him answer it, man.
Go ahead.
Let Clive answer.
8 times. We can't get to Jupiter's moon as quickly and easily as you're saying. I got you.
Not getting there, surviving there. You can't survive there.
What's going to change in the next 1,000 of years of our entire life?
It's not going to change
as
physics.
humans is how we're going to be able to live outside of this atmosphere in any conditions. But
I understand that, but
well, then
Jupiter's
absorb it.
Jupiter's radiation belts are so strong, you would have to wear a foot of lead to even
What is
walk
emanating
on the surface.
radiation from there?
From Jupiter itself.
It's just as
Same as
dangerous to leave our
No, it
just
isn't.
our
It's a
atmosphere.
thousand
bud.
times. It's a
Where's
thousand
the
times
what
our
was
Allen
radiation
belts.
reaching from it for? What's it coming from?
It's their radiation belt that surrounds Jupiter, the same as we have the Van Allen belts. That was a big concern when we passed through them when we went to the moon, and the guys in the suits were seeing flashes in their eyes. Now they only went through it for a few minutes.
For sure.
This is 1,000 times greater.
Do you think humans need to be there, or is it going to be a place for robotics that are capable of doing it?
Oh, robotics is another thing. Okay?
Well, there you
But
go.
just,
You got to
yeah,
open
no,
up
but
you got to open up your eyes a little bit.
that wasn't
right?
his point. His point was colonization of the moons of Jupiter.
Okay.
And it's like, that's not going to happen. The human body cannot take that type of radiation. They're
So then you
directly in those belts.
completely change the way you look at him the rest of your life because of that,
No, there's
because
a
you were
number.
right about one
No,
thing he suggested
we
he'd
weren't
like to
right.
achieve in this world.
It wasn't that we were right. He hadn't done any research on it. On top of that, he's made some outrageous claims that he never came through with. The Vegas belt, the breaking the record of 1.99 seconds from 0 to, I think it was 100 on a Tesla. There was many things he has promised that he has not delivered on.
Can you beat him in any car? Look what he's done with just a simple electric vehicle
I'm not
that
comparing
produces in a
myself
factory
versus.
that rips
I'm
to
not
zero.
comparing myself versus him. I'm comparing what he says he's going to do, and he fails. He gets everybody's money, and then suddenly it goes poof. I've seen too many of these. He's had, I think, 9 or 11 companies. Only one has, and I don't think Tesla now qualifies for that, is successful.
X isn't successful. SpaceX isn't successful.
It's not a publicly traded company, and it's not making money. SpaceX is not making money at this point.
Maybe its point is not to make money and be more successful on the outside aspects of it. So you got to realize that there's bigger goals in other people's life than money.
I understand that, but
well, then to absorb it, you have to give him some respect. Okay.
It's overpromise and underdeliver. A consistent thread in his with a hyperloop was the same thing. It never went more than 1 mile. It was supposed to link Los Angeles and I think San Francisco, and they only were able to go 1 mile on it.
So, you saying he's a false prophet, pretty much?
No. I understand his game, and he has lofty goals.
You ain't hurt my feelings by saying that.
But you're an astrophysicist that still delivers at Domino's. That's why I'm still complexly trying to put together what you have ever actually done in the astrophysics world. Give me one project.
I understood that I could not make
just a
any money
conference
in
that you saw online and watched it and pretended as if you were there and met him in person, guy.
We didn't have.
I don't
online
believe you were
conferences
actually
in the
there. And I want
70s.
proof of it.
Okay. Well, we didn't
Because
have
I don't think
online.
you
We
actually
didn't have
were
online
capable
conferences
of
in the
going.
70s. We attended conferences by traveling there. There were not online conferences in the 70s.
Oh, but that's the one
And I
Elon
found
was
out.
at, right?
Flav,
Dude,
how
I'm
is it
calling
that you
you out.
only have bad things to say?
You asked me to show
Flav,
you an online conference online.
Flav, why
and
is it?
I
Why
can't.
is it you only have negative things to say about Donald Trump and Elon Musk?
No, Donald, I agree with many of
Every
what
day.
he's trying to do, but I
Every
feel
day,
that
Flav. You know that's a Democrat narrative, right?
no, yeah.
It is, bro. I mean, every day you come on here and you say something about Elon Musk or Donald Trump, and that's it. You never bash anybody else.
Do you think Donald's doing a good job?
Prove yourself in
Hell
history.
yeah.
Over.
Okay.
Me and a whole and
Anyway,
majority of
let's
the
stop with
United
the
States.
personal attack. I don't personally attack anybody here, so let's just keep that. Take an
No, I didn't say
opinion.
you would attack nobody here.
I don't have to prove myself to anyone. For
Then
God's
don't
sake. If
say
that's-
what
if
we
that's
believe
what
are
it is,
starting to become lies.
I can say what I want. Okay, it's a free.
can
It's
too.
a free form.
I can't believe
Okay,
you.
but you're taking it to a personal level. Prove to me. I'm not gonna whatever it's called. Reveal information that people can. What is it called? Ducks.
Why don't you put up your degree that you achieved in astrophysics?
I don't need to
Put up a
prove
picture
anything
of
to
it.
you. Okay.
I don't believe you went to school for it. I think it's a bunch of
Okay.
BS.
Okay. I've had enough of this. Okay. Good.
Well, where'd you go to school, Clive? He don't have to prove. You can go back in records.
I mean, you don't have to go to school to have an opinion on something or to have knowledge on something.
Exactly,
that don't
but
mean
don't
anything.
say that you're an astrophysicist that has
Good point,
a degree.
Sean. Good point.
I don't think he said he was an astrophysicist.
All right, Bitcoin. We're getting
Sorry,
restless
guys.
over here.
Talk about
Don't
an
push my button
astronomical
sometime.
conversation.
No, but I'm just saying, come on. Like, let's be real.
Come on, Bitcoin, make a move.
Me,
Getting
you
people
should be able
restless
to
over here.
relate to guys personally.
How about that Bitcoin?
Hallo. Jeg er ganske engstelig.
Open mic.
Things keep getting stranger.
Guys, who's seeing the inverted head and shoulder on the 15-minute chart? If you zoom out. That we still need only one move up. That's it.
I'm having trouble trying to spot that right now on a 15-minute. Trying to see what you're saying.
From yesterday drop.
Okay.
Till today bump.
I kind of see what you're saying. I don't know. I kind of see what you're saying, though. Like,
we just need slightly move up, and that's it. Reach the same high.
It's
See
sloppy
the
looking.
move.
It's sloppy, but
Yeah, I agree. It's sloppy, but like I think that's what the vector gaps are there for. I think if you really want to see the inverse, we have to.
I love how you think, man. I was thinking the same.
800. Yeah, I think that we just need to hit that 800, and you'll have a better looking inverse head and shoulder. But for now, that we just have to wait for it, because like even if we want that to happen right now, don't forget like market closes in about 2 hours.
Yep.
And we have
Joseph
and
Harry
we have
that's
volume
pretty
kind
good.
of waning.
In the comments,
So
that's pretty good, bro.
Yeah.
All what we need
we
is
have
1
to-
hour, my friend.
Yeah, an hour and good volume. Don't forget volume, bro. At the end of the day,
Yes.
it's volume. Volumes is what gonna take us over there. But I do see the MAs on the shorter time frames kind of like gathering together. It's a very bullish marker when the MAs start to like kind of
Come
squeeze
closer, yeah.
together. Yeah, it's a lot of contract. It's one of my favorite thesis on trading, like contraction. So when I see a contraction on the Bollinger Bands, usually there's a move. But
say
we just came from a compression.
SPY
And
lost
so
his
we
200 SMA on the 5 minute for the first, like, decent for the first time in a couple weeks here.
Yep. So yeah, let's see.
Actually,
Have to draw
I
it.
did something crazy there. It's the first time I'm using this hedge on the same asset, same sample. So I did short at the top here at 1063769 and just closed it. And now I'm fresh again with the long, which I opened down at 104,700. It's nice. Like I didn't lose a penny yet.
Playing the ranges.
It's nice, but I don't know. They took a lot of commission, I believe. Like I see the PNL. It's there is a big chunk of commission, I believe they took there. I have to figure it out.
Joseph Harry, thank you for the $25 super chat. Rockets, rockets, rockets. Appreciate you, Joseph Harry. With the big super chat, big buys.
I'm Brian Cox, my full side.
Someone just had an open mic for a second.
Looks like it came down and filled that vector gap, but hasn't left any on the way down, and not any on this way back up here. Let's go. Where you at, Drew? You're supposed to be saying big buys.
Man, this sell wall, like, it's crazy.
Let's see if it wants to pick up in the 107. Let's see it.
Yeah, we just took one, and now we have 108.78. Then we have 414, and then 224, and then 304, and then 707.
What are those? Are those cells up that way?
Yeah, this is the sell orders.
The big sell wall is at 107, 100 still, right?
Yes, 113.
So that's 107 to 113 was where you're just saying the
Yeah,
spread.
from here to 107, 113, we have around, here's 100, 87, another 500, and the 600, 700, 800, 930, 800, 1,070, and 700, yeah, 1,500 BTC. This is without counting the small ones, so we're talking roughly about 2,000 BTC.
Drew, were you able to scoop down there at the 21.7 to 21.80 area? Did you re-scoop down there?
Guys, if anyone knows, does this big W on the 1 hour chart, is it a valid W, or it just like can be considered as a W on the 1 hour chart? If anyone can advise.
Yeah, it's possible, but we have seen in the future we have invalidated many Ws and many AMP patterns. So it's possible,
He's
but
right.
the price where we are standing right now is very important. If we can hold this, we can go up. If we are unable to hold this, definitely we are coming down.
Yeah, this is the kind of trend where we just have to really just wait for the whales and institutions to make a decision. We have no control right now. The trend that has been shown to us from 74, it's been.
Oh yeah.
Oh, there we go.
There he comes. Come on, Drew, give up your analysis right now.
Yeah, it made a higher high, huh?
Someone was asking, did you scoop some down?
Of course, right where I said 105.2, bang bang boogie woogie. But I'm on the road, so I'm hoping to get back soon because I want to maybe scalp again because I'm getting greedy. But it depends if we make. Now we have another historical little high we got to do, not that far back.
Where'd
Hope
you
you get stuck
20
in traffic, Drew. Big buys, big
22.1?
buys.
Where'd you
Big
retract?
105.2. It was like 105.223. I got filled at, but it was like a market buy, so got wherever it was able to get me, that's where it got me. But around there.
Back in action.
But I just cause now I'm still looking back. I'm hoping to get back soon, but still got a little bit of resistance we got to take care of. So if I get back to the lab soon enough, I might do another quickie.
Yeah, but volume's increasing, Drew. Every candle. Usually, even in the trends before, when we hit a high, as soon as we hit that high, the succeeding candles actually are waning. We haven't seen a waning volume candle yet. Volume is increasing by 25% per candle right now.
Yeah, no, volume's looking very nice. The only thing I'm kind of looking at, and I hope we do break because I'm back in position right now, but let me zoom out when I'm like not even in the lab. We got that previous little top that we got to take care of on Bitcoin. Now it's like a giant kind of M wanting to form. And the top I'm talking about is the one that reached like, I gotta get my glasses on. It reached almost 108. Let me see. Man, doing this on the phone sucks. I don't know how you guys trade it, like chart on phones, like that MM crypto. Hold on one second.
Yep. 106, 800.
I'm looking at that other. There's something above there, I think. Wait. No. All right, I found it. 107. Wait. So 107 140. That's the. I think we're going to get rejected a little bit there if we don't hold this volume and momentum, which we're getting very close to there. But that I'm hoping to get back by the time we touch there, in case we get rejected, so I can do one last scalp before we go to all-time highs.
The good news is, though, if you look at the volume from yesterday, from that rally that we had yesterday, going up to 106,800, the volume right now is 300, is 3 times more than yesterday's volume heading up. Pretty significant.
Big buys, big buys. I can't make too much noise where I'm at. I want to say, like, big boys coming in. Ah! I'll be right back there. I might have to do another scalp.
4-hour candle is closing in just 1.5 minutes. Let's see how the next candle behave.
Yeah. The RSI is heating up.
Yeah, the RSI on the 4-hour is still fresh. Has room.
Yeah, but is it counted when the new candle open, or it's just keep on counting?
Yeah, I mean, when the new candle opens, it's going to move up a bit, but not by much. It's still in the halfway point, but the RSI is pointing upward.
Yeah. So it's the same on the 1 hour as well.
It's still got room.
Yeah.
It's a triple top. Let's go. It was a
Next
very
wall.
weird chart.
One wall. 403 still holding. We touched it now.
Volume's looking good on the 15. Volume is now 2.5 times higher than of the volume on the rally yesterday. And the other day. This is the highest volume we've had in a while.
Okay.
If you look back even last week, all the way to the 19th, yeah, this is the highest volume we've had.
It's great, like we've seen in prior cycles. We haven't seen it hit a high.
I'm just surprised that there's no vectors along this rise here. That's telling me that people are buying. Market makers not shoving up here.
Will show up in a bit.
Yeah, he'll show up, push it one more drive, see if more people want to jump in. If they don't, he's going to scoop a lot of profits all the way down to 103, baby.
Yeah, Dbloc just called one actually last night. If you remember, he was just saying like, "Oh, watch it." Now a red vector, a green vector it was, and all of a sudden, boom, green vector.
We got some buys rolling in.
Okay, we're done with this wall. We still have another. Okay, here 1, 3, 4. Another. Wow, that's much. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
भाईजान डोनाल्ड ट्रम्प आपकी स्ट्रीम है
Oh. 2,500 BTC. And the order block at 107, 113 got increased by 100 BTC, so it's now 823 BTC. Big buys coming in. Rockets. Where's Drew? Drew, you're missing the fun. Yeah, this is a higher high officially than the previous one.
यहाँ तक का मोमेंट देख रहे हो कितना प्यारा है ओ माय गॉड ओ माय गॉड
Careful now.
Yep.
Respect.
Yeah.
Not yet a Victor candle.
Not yet a victory. Not yet a victory candle.
Not yet a Victor candle. We need that long.
Yeah, you need like planet Earth to come in and buy it.
Yeah. I think they will interfere at some point. Because that order, like we still have 1,000 BTC above us. We need to just take out and check.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'd be so cool to close like above the previous high. Like that'd be a step in the right direction.
Yeah, man. We need exactly 2,000 BTC. Exactly. They just keep adding on the the blocks.
They're doing it like so tentatively, like carefully, gradually.
Yeah.
This climb is, even though the candle looks fast, the last little bit is like taking time.
Volume is still matching the previous candles, so volume hasn't stopped. Yeah, this is looking a little different, boys.
That's good.
Different is good, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh,
What
yeah, I think so.
what time frame are you looking at? Like the hourly?
I'm looking at the 1 hour. The 1 hour is exponential. I mean, the volume is higher than the previous week.
Yeah.
So we're already above the volume of the previous week's high. But
That's
if you
good.
go to the 15-minute to just see the trend,
Like
we
the
haven't.
breakdown, yeah.
Yeah, I usually wait for the volume to decrease even 20%. We haven't had a decrease in volume in any of the candles leading up to this candle yet.
Which exchange chart are you using?
Binance and Mexi.
Okay.
Because they have good liquidity, but like mostly I look at Binance, but like you can see that the volume is keeping up. I usually wait for as soon as I see a 20%, 25% decrease in volume in a candle, that means the sells are working, or the sell pressure, the buy pressure is waning, and therefore the trend is slowing down. There's no
Yeah.
slowdown right. There's no slowdown at all.
That's good.
Welcome to ProFlyer. The lead.
Yeah, look at the volume on a 1 hour. It's the biggest we've had in days.
Yeah, past week. Actually, the past week. If you look at the high from the past week, we've surpassed the volume from that high.
Nice. Come on,
So I was
Michael
comparing
Saylor, just punch it.
high though, the volume, because for you
You
to
always buy the top.
establish all-time high, you need volume. That's the only way you're gonna hit all-time high. You need a lot of volume.
If you
And
see
you
Michael
can-
Saylor buying, just sell directly because he always tend to buy the top. So you just directly sell yourself. So
Yeah,
short.
you should open a sneaky little short that has a stop loss, like, you know, as far as your stop loss you can afford to take, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, very tiny one.
And just test a little short out, because you never know.
I would wait for a candle that at least a decrease in volume before starting
Yeah,
a
like
short.
some wicking, like, yeah, some wick to be exposed.
On the 5-minute, volume still increasing. On the 15, it's still increasing. On the 1 hour, it's the highest for the entire week.
Yeah.
Bro, if I see the decrease in volume by 10%, I'm going straight away for short, bro.
Yeah. Waiting for a decrease.
Starting the climb.
Officially
There we
another
go.
high.
It wants it. Let's go, baby.
Yeah.
Alts are responding. Confidence is growing on the alts. Layer ones are increasing in volume also.
Yes,
on
I
this
saw
candle.
that. XRP have a very nice spike.
Yeah, a little while ago they were a little hesitant, just a candle ago. they didn't want to push it. They didn't want to push it because they weren't so sure. Now I think confidence has gone back in the alts.
Yeah.
Yeah, layer one soul is pushing hard.
There's 107 touched. Is there a fat wall at 107?
107.
Rockets.
Oh, there we go.
There you
Big
go.
buy.
There we go. They take it.
There you go.
One wall left. One wall left.
All right, careful. Careful.
Yeah, baby.
All right, boys, careful. If this is where you
As
plan
soon
to
as
enter, this is not the place to enter.
as soon as he speaks, we can see the big green vector candle. Yeah, boy.
Yeah, here's it. And here, I saw the Dbloc is waiting for this vector candle.
Yeah.
Was that it? Did we break the high?
Yeah, and we have a nice W. I hope it will play out.
Yeah, we broke the local high technically. Yeah. But
All right, you guys can call me crazy, but I'm repositioning in about 2 seconds. I'm taking profits.
Oh, you
I
should.
short just did, baby.
There
I'm
you
just waiting
go.
for the volume to wane in just a bit. Just a bit.
And
That's
I am out right now. Profits, profits, profits.
I'll take profits in a little bit. 5 minutes
Yeah.
still pushing. Volume's decreased. Oh, wait. We still got a minute 30. Volume
we
is
got the
maintaining.
hourly.
I got back in the lab just in time too. Ooh, I was running around like a madman. I was like, come on, let me catch this little breakage.
Taking
All right,
profits,
let's
right?
see.
Profits.
It's getting wiki. It's getting wiki.
Watch out below, timber.
Let's go. Yeah, I'm done for the day. Here's my beer. Cheers to everyone. I hope you guys printed.
Cheers. Congratulations. Pat on the back.
I finally learned how to take profit. It was a very different scenario last cycle.
But now I feel
Yeah.
naked again without the
Time in
Doge.
hands,
So
my ass.
even
Oh my
after I
God.
take profit, I feel naked. So I'm still looking for a re-entry pretty soon. I'm gonna let things cool off a little bit though.
Yeah, dude,
Yeah.
you need a dip for re-entry.
I know.
Don't do it on a high.
This entire
Yeah,
trend.
not here, not here.
I mean,
Yeah.
look at the 4 hour on this entire trend from 74K. We need a dip.
Yeah, look at that wick. It's getting wiki now.
Yep. Let him play. Let him play.
The Bulls really have to show up if they're gonna make this anything.
Yeah, I think the market maker has already put in his bet. Let's see.
Yeah. Just a crowd of people need to come in. A crowd of bulls with like
Oh, trust
multi-billion-dollar accounts.
All right. Right after this candle, watch. Dbloc's gonna be coming back from his other job.
I'm here, yo. I'm just trying to get some coffee in me. Give me a second.
Oh, there you go.
It's like clockwork.
Like clockwork, man. Told you right
It's
after
not
the rally.
It's not a bad hourly candle. Like it's not too bad.
On the hourly, we still got some
No.
room, man.
Yeah, we're gonna
The
progress
RSI
with
and
this
hourly,
fresh.
it still got room. That's what
Yeah.
worries me.
It looks kind of swing fail-ish right now, but that could change.
Yeah, but the KST is about to intersect upwards, which is kind of weird.
We are hanging around up here. Oh, no, maybe
There you
not.
go.
Maybe not. It changes so quickly.
Oh man. Dbloc, this is one of the first times like I've properly played a lead up to a high.
It's hard to do, isn't it?
No, I'm
Taking
just
profit.
so happy compared to last cycle. This is just
No.
it's huge for me because like I would have made so much last cycle if I knew what I was doing. This is huge. This is huge.
10 push-ups, soldier. 10 push-ups.
Yes, sir.
Taking
I need
profit at
20. I need
resistance
Right now,
feels
right now.
taking profit at resistance feels like wrong. Like it feels like, oh, but just give it a chance. It might break out.
Nah, I'm good. I'm good.
Another way to play it is to take half off the table. Like just take 50% at the resistance, and then just wait and see with the other 50.
No.
Or
I'm
you
taking
go 60-40
some
or
profit
like
on my spot.
25, 25, 25.
This is the
I'm
first
all
time
out, baby. All in or all out. I ain't messing around. You flip flopping, it's like love, man. You can't be all.
Nuts.
You gotta
Yeah,
all
it's nuts
in,
on the
all out.
table. Yeah, all or nothing. Put them up there if you got them.
Big
Right.
chunk from my spots just now. This is the first time in this entire trend. I've been adding to positions the entire trend. This is the first big takeout.
To me, I just dice it up and sell it towards the top, right up here when everybody's like doing the excited thing is when I start portioning out.
Yeah.
Goes a little higher, sell a little more. Goes a little higher, sell even a little more. So I'm just not sitting there wrecking, pulling my hair out.
Oh.
But I already sold a quarter acre.
The next question is like, if this is a pullback, how deep does it have to cut? You know, how do we have to come all the way back down to 105 or maybe 106?
97,500. Let's go.
97.
I'm
It's
looking
not.
at.
It's not giving much of a pullback recent. It's just not doing it.
I'm looking at the monthly pivot at 80, 85, 88, and 91.
Could be a slow bleed. Sometimes it takes
Just
like
look
a
at the
full
volume,
hour
bro.
to get down.
Just look at the volume. It's dropped by more than 50%.
Yep. I see it too. We called it, man. We called it.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, rallies like this need volume. If you can't match the volume of the previous candle, that's a huge signal. Ain't done yet. We got 11 minutes more.
Oh yeah.
Classic swing fail.
Getting that pink vector. That pink vector on the 5-minute.
Okay. Same thing with Ethereum, but Ethereum was really tough, man, because it just didn't really go anywhere.
Bloody Ethereum didn't go anywhere.
The upside on that point, very, very slow price action.
Open mic.
Alts are feeling it. We'll see. Still, this candle hasn't closed yet.
We're trying to bounce off of last week's high.
I'm out.
Yeah.
Just shorted the top.
Guys,
I'm
this might just be a
closed it
retest.
now.
Careful, because this candle right here might just be a retest of the previous high.
Yeah.
Could this be the breakout? I don't know. Maybe.
Finished the entire fib, like the entire fib range. So if this is the entire fib range from the last high, this candle right here on the 15-minute is just a retest.
Yeah.
Because there's some space on the RSI. The RSI is still fresh. The KST is flipping up. Even on the 1 hour, there's still a lot of room to go up.
Come on, hang in there.
Yeah.
Hang in there.
Yeah, come on. We want to see a blast off.
Let's go, man.
But
some people do want to see blast off. Some people want to drop it.
Careful on the volume.
Drew, that's what happens when you pull your pants down too quick. Sometimes you get stuck in the mud.
Hey, I'm not feeling stuck right now. I'm just sitting at the beach hanging out.
It's the worst one ever. Standing there with your pants at your ankles and like you just feel like you're like, it's the worst.
I mean, I feel naked a little bit. I'm definitely underexposed, but
even though you took profit, made profit, it's the worst. It's the worst thing ever.
That's the worst,
no, it's good. It's a good thing. Profit is a good thing.
Yeah, then you put it over into Bitcoin, made profit on that rip. You're still good. You made profit twice on it. You're good. It's just tough when it's cold and the winds blow with your pants at your ankles. It's like,
or when you go to the toilet, but you don't need to, and you're like, oh, it didn't happen.
Oh, man.
How about this?
But you're still got to go. It's eventually going to make it there.
Get this. Even though I took profit when it drops, even though the profit has been took when it drops, I'm going to add another 40% of my total portfolio that I've never put in, extra dry powder that I just finally got. So that's going to be my next move. And that's another reason why I kind of reposition here. I'm like, let me reassert things because now I got extra dry powder And I'd rather not put this dry powder all here when everything's so hot right now, you know?
Yeah.
I just wait for lower time frames. I was looking at like a 5 minute time frame where we still weren't even up above like 70 on our RSI at that zone. So I was like, oh. So I just wait for
Even
at least a 5 minute to start topping out up in the 80s,
And look
above
at
80.
Ethereum. Ethereum knows it. Ethereum knows that there's space. There's still some room. Ethereum's pushing right now. They don't want that engulfing just yet. See, 7 minutes. Volume is a little low though.
Yeah, we gonna come in that part of the day where it gets quiet for a minute.
It closed, man. That's one thing I said a while ago. It's like we gotta look at all the factors.
Yeah, coming up to a high like this at this time of the day, it's like expecting a little pullback. Expecting a little pullback.
But it's good. At least now we know we're capable of. Now we know even without retail, we're capable of hitting this mark. That is really bullish news. Like just us traders and institutions and
Hey, I'll
whales.
take
We're
it. Two for Tuesday. 2 rips on a Tuesday. I'll take it.
Not knowing that we can hit a 107, just us. Imagine when retail really comes in.
Yeah.
This is sort of like your signal fire. Remember when we hit 25K? Hit 25K, it did this small correction and it kind of signaled to the market, and every influencer was like, the bull run is here. And then we took that dip and just rallied right afterwards.
But also, when the retail starts jumping in, that's when the slaughterhouse starts to happen also.
Boy. Yeah.
That's why you got to position. You have to have some distance from all that noise. That's why entry is everything, man.
Yeah, well, all kinds of
Okay,
things.
so you guys at 97,500. If entry's everything, let's do it. I'm
They're
all
like
in.
butchers. They're like chopping the meat off the bone as soon as new money steps in. But even once they take the meat off the bone, you got to keep it in a good cold storage type place. I don't know. I just feel like retail comes in, they chop the meat off the bone, but then they still got to put it in the refrigerators. You know what I mean?
You got to keep it separated.
And then they're just waiting for the next crew to come back. Next crew, retail, come on in.
I like what I'm saying. Like, so if 107 is chicken feed and this is not the entire bag, like what Drew just said, right? He has 40% extra dry powder. So that means institutions, whales, and the big boys have more than that right now. And we're at and we hit 107 without all of them putting their entire bags in yet. Do you get the math? So
Yeah, total market cap. Let's go.
When they really come in with all that dry powder, and then retail
Well, they're
comes
waiting
in.
for they're waiting for Atkins right now to do the proper framework, which he said he's like erasing everything what Genzo did and basically starting from scratch. But it shouldn't take them too long, man, because he knows what's up, man. I think they're gonna get the framework done soon.
Is the false move invalidated now? I would imagine.
I don't know how this would be a false move. Look at the volume on that thing.
I only believe in truth.
They're
He's talking
repainting
about
balls
the
and
false
arrogance
move
as
Monday.
balls.
Oh, yeah. False move Monday was done.
They're redoing the
It was,
carpet
he got
in
mentioned
Gensler's
24
old
hours
office.
for us. That's that, right?
Okay. So no more 3 days now, I would say.
You still have like 15 minutes till the market closes. You'll see.
We are holding that.
Yeah, market
We
closes
are
at 4. It's already it
I
already
thought it was
closed.
That was 4:30.
Oh, it's at 4.
Look, we're in the 3-minute marker on the 15, and we're holding that previous high. We're holding that retest.
Yeah, how was the US session today? Was it like kind of corrective? Oh yeah. Yeah. She
Yeah, a
came down
little bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
ETH, Sol, and SWI are pushing.
So that's pretty impressive that Bitcoin has come back up to test highs like this when the stock market has had a very average, if not sell-off kind of day.
Lackluster, I would say. Definitely a lackluster for sure today.
Yeah. It took a knee. Maybe that's because everyone's busy playing with Bitcoin. No, probably not.
I'll check total volume.
I think as the younger generations move up into the world, it's like, do more people mess around with crypto or stocks in the future? I don't know. Maybe it'll just even out. Obviously, the most money's playing in stock market.
They're going to be tokenized stocks, RWAs, crypto that represent stocks. That's what they're going to be playing with.
Screw that. It's like hybrid. The hybrid system.
Nasdaq's going to be on the blockchain within 2 years, I think.
And it's all going to be running on a layer 1. And they're all fighting to be that layer 1.
The only layer 1 that can handle it is Ethereum.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, but you're right. I think Solana has the founder of Solana has mentioned that he wants to be the platform that Wall Street uses. Like,
Well, no, Solana definitely. Sorry, I don't want. I'm not a Solana hater, but Solana can definitely not handle it. If anything, Sui would be number 2, but ETH is number 1, Sui number 2, but Solana, no way. If you've look into Solana properly, and you'll realize that Solana is actually pretty dump. It's, to be honest.
Yeah,
I do have
Solana,
Solana, by the way.
Solana's coding language alone is a hot mess.
I see.
But it did provide a framework for retail and for other layer 1s to build
Solana
on.
don't have a good track record.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the fact that they like take it offline when something goes wrong, like a.
No, even if you take out all those technical details that only us know, the insiders know, if you're from TradFi and you're this big institutional company, you look at track record. You don't look at, how big and all that. Track record is everything. There's only one coin that has that track record.
Like
Open
someone's
mic.
in a subway.
All right, coming down.
Guys, are we
Shake out before the break.
Open mic.
All right, we gave up the high. We weren't able to do retest twice. Careful.
That's what Drew said earlier this morning. This is the shakeout before the breakout.
Guys, can you check the general chat? I don't know if that called an ascending channel on the daily or on the 4-hour chart for BTC. I just posted that on the general chat. It's totally respected.
Yes, it is.
How long before market close, boys?
It is
Market
closed.
already closed. They're like 16 minutes
Oh,
ago.
okay, there you go. All right, there you go.
Less than
Well, let's
4
see
hours
tomorrow.
post wrap
So-
up. But post market.
Let's see tomorrow. That was a good one, though, boys.
Oh, it ain't over yet.
Yeah.
I think we got
Overreact, of course.
we got to figure out where this dip goes to. I think if it holds in this sort of neighborhood, that'd be pretty bullish. If it gives way back down 105, it's like, oh, damn.
Here's our bullish factor, though. The more Bitcoin stays up in this range, the more it just keeps pushing, right? And hammering on those highs. Look at the MAs. All the MAs, even in the higher time frames, they've moved up.
Yeah.
They're culminating in this range. They're all culminating higher and higher.
All that doubtful held Bitcoin needs to be sold to people that believe. That's what needs to happen. The people that doubt new highs can give their Bitcoin to the people that see it going higher.
So I don't know if people know, but today there was a big event that happened. We united the Doge army with XRP army.
Yeah. I was listening in when you said that. I was laughing the entire time, man. That was cool.
Yeah, man, we have a common goal, and the common goal of the Doge army and XRP army is to recognize who their enemies are and who their friends are. And
so do you call it? Do you call it XRG or?
I like that. We got to think. We should. Yeah, we should think of a name, like, you know how they have NATO. We got to think of something. But I'm just thinking the goal of Doge and XRP should be just chipping away at Bitcoin and Ethereum's market cap slowly but surely, because they're a little bit lopsided, in my opinion. I think they're both going to do great, especially Ethereum. But I think to make the markets a little healthier, Doge and XRP has got to start really chipping away a little bit, you know?
Yeah.
Those were big buys.
Someone just bought a crap load of Bitcoin right there.
Yeah, I heard it.
Bing, bing, bing.
Yeah, we'll probably get the notification on Twitter. It's gonna be some big institution or some shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at the tape. That just surprised the hell out of me.
You know what higher lows means, right? It means that more people are lining up at the next dip. They want to buy it, and it's like the buyers are front running each other. Like, I want to get in first. No, I want to get in. You know, and it gets exciting. Yeah. And that's what creates the support.
Ethereum is flying. It's about to break out.
Yo, Dbloc, if you don't mind, just when you have the time for the dominance chart, if you don't mind, just put because I kind of thanks. So I kind of use you as one of my screens.
An entire monitor just for Dbloc's chart.
No, real. I have my ETH chart, my Solana, my Sui, and then I have my Dbloc chart on my screen.
Yeah, no, for real. Because I actually do the same. He's half of my vertical. He's half of my vertical monitor. So it's like half of the vertical monitor is Dbloc's chart, and the other half is Solana, Sui, ETH, and one other coin that it's my wild card coin. So that's my vertical.
Your flavor of the day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I keep my I check my wildcard coin every few hours just because I like to see it, actually like make a big move or a big dump so I can either buy or cry,
Thinking of the last month, some wild cards that I've had in that spot in my little watch list is Pengu, Mudang,
Pengu, Fartcoin, Popcat.
Yeah, just the random memes.
I just look for volume. If I see the volume that surprises me, I'm like, ooh, a lot of people are in this coin. And especially with the Pengu thing, like when Becker announced it, I just saw the volume just shoot up. I was like, all right, I'm gonna play this coin.
Man, I got a kitchen installed today. Like, the kitchen's getting redone. What a day it would be if everything just happened at once. New all-time highs. New kitchen.
Unless this volume goes up by 200% of the previous candle, I wouldn't nail it just yet.
I'm going to put up my Octo view for you guys in case anyone wants to watch 8 things at once.
Oh, nice. Put it up. Put it up. Yeah, on my third screen is just like four charts of just
top
like
8
layer
market
one
cap.
coins.
Yeah.
Sorry, boys, if I have betrayed you, but I don't know. I don't think I can put my bull costume back on today. I think I'm gonna have to keep this bear outfit on a little bit.
Yeah, no, for sure, man. It's a good call, dude. You sold better than me, so
Only at 25%. See if it makes one little last rip. Still, I'm all profit up this way, so I could sell along the way, but see where it goes.
yeah, Ethereum just filled its RSI and doing a triple wick.
I'll tell you what though, Doge's volume has been impressive over the last like hour
Right?
or two.
Right.
Yeah.
Drew is the guy who I haven't bought Doge ever, even the last cycle. I haven't, never. I just had my doubts about it. But this last week was the first time I actually bought my first Doge spot. I bought at around 22. I just got convinced. I started doing my FAs, doing my research, and then asking my DGen guys, like all of the guys, Tyrell and all of them, they're all loading up on Doge. They see it, they smell it.
That's what I was seeing, Dbloc. Is that cup and handle? That was literally what I was looking at. The whole thing, right as we were busting out, I was like, that's what I was using as my mental, and it looked like it was coming up right to where you just placed it, that 4-hour W target up top.
Interesting.
It's definitely a lot of arm wrestling going on.
So that's
Bulls
why
and
I'll
bears.
be all out is up there. And then as we're creeping up,
Yo,
hopefully I'm
Dbloc,
selling
what
around
are those
25.
dots, bro? Dots on his screen. Are those MAs?
Those every time he's gonna dump on our heads.
Spider lines?
No, those dots. He's got these like aqua blue dots and this pink dots.
Exolatrain says their EMA projections. Did I say that right? X-Coltrane 83X.
It was crazy. Trump coin outperformed Bitcoin in the past month by 40%.
Yeah, but the market cap is so much slower that it's easier for those lower caps to.
We don't want to hear that shit.
What's considered to be a good entry on Doge if I want to trade Doge?
Right now, in my opinion, non-financial advice doesn't matter on Doge. You have to look at Bitcoin. So whenever Bitcoin, yeah, I'm thinking, looking at Bitcoin though, like where I'm thinking Bitcoin's going to bounce from. I don't know if the next time it hits 105.2 that it's going to hold. So I'm thinking maybe 104 area. That would be the first really solid support. So with Doge, if Bitcoin hits 104, I'm thinking Doge, looking at the same chart setup, would be at around 0.211 or 0.21. 0.213.
0.213.
Yeah, around there. Non-financial advice, but that's everything's dependent on Bitcoin, in my opinion. So as long as Bitcoin, they kind of have the same chart. So and luckily Doge is always a little bit behind. So you have 2-3 seconds heads up.
Again, it's point.
0.213.
0.213.
Yeah, I agree with 0.213. My next buy is at 0.2145.
Uh-oh, be careful. They're trying to front run you. You better move it up. 0.2146.
No, it's the previous low. It's when the trend started on its way up.
Crypto, did you ever see The Price is Right? The TV show The Price is Right? Where you gotta
And Drew,
Dude, I
usually
love that show. As a kid, that was my everyday show, man. The afternoon, man.
And
that's
usually,
so-
whenever there is a price action on Doge, how many cents does it move? Like based on your experience.
Two.
Doge.
Oh, you mean with good price action?
I was gonna say 5, 10, 20 cents,
Yeah, it
1
depends.
cent.
It could give you 30% gains easily.
30% gains. Okay. Okay. Thanks, Drew.
Give it a shot.
I'll
Doge is
become a Doge
Doge is
fan.
always be consistent in following Bitcoin's order. So
That aggregate is music.
Actually, I
Music
never
to my
traded
ears.
meme coins, but I was hearing Drew talking about Doge a lot, so I like the concept about what they are doing now. So
join the
I
Doge
start-
army. Join the crew.
But like I said, man, if Bitcoin doesn't hold the 104,200 area, I don't
It's gonna
think
drive the market.
Yeah, I don't think anything will really hold their structural local support levels, and you're gonna have to retest those levels that Dbloc was talking about, like 101, around 100K.
Yeah,
that's when I think Doge would be happy to tap the teens again.
Oh man, if I get Doge in the teens, I'm gonna be a happy camper.
Like 18, 19 is what I'm saying. High 18s into the low 19s.
Yo, Bitcoin looks like a little inverse head and shoulders on the 1 minute. Might get one.
No, I don't want to even look at the 1 minute right now.
I'm telling you, it looks like it's forming.
Let's watch volume. I'm still watching volume. Oh wait, if there's a sudden surge, then we might get that like up and handle that our boy just said. Let's see, because like I'm looking at the alts are maintaining price. They're not selling.
If you look at the 1 minute, it looks like it's forming an inverse. Which
My
might
cup
just
and
push
handle measures up to 110. So
this one measures to about 10, almost 108, 107.9 something. Or maybe it just chills here. So
Yeah, this is a good
here, I
sign.
think we'll have to run.
The alt whales are not selling. They're maintaining price. They're waiting for Bitcoin.
Yeah, if it can just
I think they see it.
kinda
I think they see
hover
the cup
around
and
that
handle.
high that it made, let alts get some breather, and then make its final move maybe tomorrow.
It's like that movie Free Willy when the orca's right about to like jump up and out of there, and then it's like,
Imagine if that orca missed kind of missed his trajectory and hit that kid off that
yeah,
wall.
that's what I'm saying. I was like, I feel like that orca is gonna
Killed
jump
that
out
kid
and
in
win
half,
that.
man.
Simpsons
Tore
got-
him apart, dude.
The
Just
Simpsons did a great episode of it.
Oh, it just went low by about like a meter lower than it was supposed to jump. Oh
Mushed
man.
everybody standing there.
Bro, I don't know about you guys, but I watched Shamu as a kid, man. I went to San Diego Zoo.
Come on, let's
Don't
do
lie
it.
though. You know you were secretly still scared of Shamu. Everyone's always like, you can't. It's a killer whale. You're always gonna be scared of Shamu.
That water in that tank, I did not expect that water to be that cold.
Like I love Shamu too, but I had a low key fear of him. Like I was always like, yo, Shamu. I know he's a killer whale.
That thing can throw a seal 50 feet in the air, bro. To scalp or not to scalp?
In my opinion, right now, just let the market breathe. Figure it out if he wants to make another local high. If not, let's let this thing drop all the way back down to 100K ish, maybe even a little bit lower.
So it made a new high today from yesterday. So I don't know if that.
Bro, your evidence for what's about to happen. Just look at ETH, look at Sol, look at Sui.
Okay, fine, but I don't know if that. What I was gonna say is I don't know if that invalidates. I don't know if that technically invalidates the 3-day down after, or like because
That's a good
D-Block
question.
we're
Can
gonna have to
D-Block
just
answer that question? That's a good question, though. Oh, he's
um
pointing. He's pointing way up. I don't even see the end of that line.
he said that there was
Made
a
a
stop.
higher high, so I think the false move Monday is invalidated.
Yeah, you see, this is the W what I was telling you about, which I saw.
Yo.
Got a W, but then also on the 5 he was putting a stopping volume candle. But
111.
I
That's
think
a 112. His target is 112. Let's go.
I think now that he thinks momentum to continuing to the upside, it'll probably continue to go get more liquidations up there.
What liquidations?
There's people shorting. There are
Nah,
people
I'm
that are
just
keeping.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I see it. I'm just saying. Oh, look at that. Yeah, longs are piling up right now.
See, dude, if this line holds right here.
So here's the other thing, though. He has that stopping volume candle on the 5 minutes, so we would probably want to see a body above that before that's invalidated.
Yeah, no, that's why you have the cup and handle. You have to see it also, because it has to build, right? It has to go somewhat sideways and maintain a price.
He's typing. Oh, he's put.
Would
Yeah,
have to hold
yeah, that W breakout is what he's looking at.
at 106.35.
That's hot. Wow. Okay.
It is Wednesday, my dudes. Well, in Australia.
I'm sorry, guys. I don't think the Bulls are going to hold that. That's just my opinion. Bulls, we had to take a break.
Yo, even though SPY didn't really do much, it held ground. It didn't really lose a lot. It dipped down to 589 and then it bounced back to 593. It's only like
Drew,
2% away from
you might be
its
right.
all-time high.
Alts are not getting any buys.
He's trying to say if the 50 EMA comes up to meet that W breakout line at 106 and it holds there, that'll confirm the breakout.
It will catch price. Okay, that's actually pretty healthy.
The S&P is 2.7% away from its all-time high. It closed at 593.
You know it's doing well right now. BNB's not doing too bad.
What y'all think? Bitcoin hits all-time high before S&P?
No, I don't think that's what I kept asking. I was like, I don't know if Bitcoin's ever done it.
Okay, let's see what
before
images
the
Dbloc going to
stock
use
are
for
able to
this.
do it.
Tell me more about what's about to happen.
You know what's not doing great? Tron over the last like 6 hours. TRX. For some reason.
I heard some of the top holders took profit.
On Tron?
Yeah, on Trump
Bro,
coin.
that is old news. That's what they do with Tron. They manipulate that stuff all the time.
Justin Sun, right?
Yeah. Justin Sun and his mafia. They're
He
all
used
the
to
top
do the-
holders of Tron, man.
He used to do the corniest thing, like just do a tweet for like I've got an announcement coming, and like it was an announcement of an announcement, just to try and pump the price. Like,
Yep.
1 minute is still
was like
showing first.
2018.
Look at that candle. I mean, it's just too obvious. That candle on TRX it's what they've been doing all the time. All the time. That's why if you want alts, if you want to see what's really going on, it's just Sol, Sui, ETH.
I would love to trade out my little Tron square for a Sui square, but it just ain't the top 8 yet. Oh, ADA and Doge getting some growth, and Ethereum right now.
Yep, I told
Solana's
you.
picking up
Look
nice.
At Sol. Look at Sol. Sol wants it.
Yeah.
Let's go, baby. I think I think they just saw Dbloc's chart and they're like, okay, you saw what he did.
If anyone can't get into Dbloc's chart, obviously watch it on YouTube, but I think there's a maximum of 50 people capacity
Market
to
makers
watch.
actually watch Dbloc's chart. They watched Dbloc's chart. And when they saw he was targeting 112, okay, that's our go signal, boys. Dbloc says go.
You know what my whale goal
Wouldn't they,
is
wouldn't
for
they
the
trade
future?
against him though?
Huh?
Wouldn't they trade against him if they're watching him?
As a market maker, if you know the price is headed there, you'd position, right? You'd position before everybody else. Just maintain the price. You don't need to create a vector candle.
If I ever become like a mega whale, I want to put my activity on the chart, like in the history books. I want to do like this massive rally in the middle of a bear market that no one saw coming. Just like,
Just
yeah,
like
see
what
that?
Floki did.
Yeah, you
I
know that
I
rally
remember
down to the
that
depths?
day Floki went into
Yeah, that was
Binance during the bear
that
market. I
was
was like,
me.
why would Floki do that?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that market makers don't watch candlesticks. They, if anything, they look at exo charts, but I think they mainly just watch the order book.
Oh no, for sure. No, I was just kidding. I was just effing around.
I think market makers are probably just algorithms, to be honest, that respond to conditions.
Oh yeah, they're using automated algorithms. A lot of them, the top ones are.
Yeah. Obviously set up by people. Well,
Yeah.
so we think.
Man, if you get the API for their targets, oh,
Now he's
let
got a
that
hand there. It's just like the cup. This is the hand of the hand. This is the handle. It's like it looked like Jesus giving out bread or something. I was like, oh.
Cool if they were able to like plug in. If they were able to
Look
plug
at
into the
Dbloc's chart.
APIs.
Oh my god, that's so funny.
This is good, Dbloc.
If
Yeah,
if they were able, if they were able to just type into their algorithms, like their market maker algos, okay, over the next 2 weeks, do a massive like bull pennant, and then drop it so that everyone freaks out, and then pump it. Like, you know, they could predetermine what the trap's going to
brother.
be or something.
Yeah, brother, you just called out what exactly they've been doing for months.
Probably they draw up little pretty patterns that retail loves
Yeah,
to see,
man.
and then they disappoint everyone to like
I
shake them
love
out
I
or
I love that
liquidate them.
Dbloc just aligned that incline with the 50 MA.
Gotta get another monitor going. Jeez.
I'm so gonna take a screenshot if this thing bounces on that palm. That's some funny stuff. I'm gonna send it to the boys.
Dude, I think you guys are way too heady about the conspiracy of how market makers plan stuff out. Like, I think that these patterns, like specifically with like, let's say like a symmetrical triangle. It's like they'll match orders and just try to get the bid and ask as close together as they can. And when the bid outweighs the ask, more people buy and the pattern breaks to the upside. If more people sell at that point, when the bid and ask are really close, if more people sell, then it's going to break down. And then the market maker just goes with that and fills the orders that people want to place.
Is Drake on that 112 level?
I love that. Yeah, I just opened up his stream. Saw the hand. That's beautiful.
Yeah, dude. Perfectly aligned with the rising 50.
Very nice.
Oh, I love Pippin just called it a denial on the cup and handle. That would be great.
I think it's gonna slip right through her fingers.
At first, I really did. I thought it was a thing like give us our data, break, and forgive those who trespassed against us. It was like the first second. I was like, what is going on here?
Do you know what interval Dbloc's chart is? Is it a 5-minute chart or a 1 minute?
There is no sell pressure.
I think it's a
It-
5-minute.
It's
5 minutes.
it's a
5-minute.
5-minute
Yeah,
right
so
there.
yeah, check the top of the chart. You will see BTC, USDT, P5, Binance.
No sell pressure.
Oh,
Here,
yeah.
give me 1
Sorry,
second.
I had my screen scrolled down. That's why I thought he had chopped it off. Thank you. That was such a rookie
There's still
mistake.
2,000 coins above us. You going back in Bitcoin here, Drew?
Negative.
I know what you were doing. You said, "Give me a second." I was like, "Wow, what's he doing?"
Yeah, I'm not coming in until a decisive candle.
I'm gonna wait for 97,500, even if we don't get it. I'm waiting forever.
Oh man, I
Hey,
feel a little tired now
that-
because I waited for that take profit for so long and just like held my emotions for this
Yo,
long. It was the
Drew,
first.
calm down, bro. Calm down, okay? We're loading 111. Calm down.
there's a bear. We're putting bearish divergence on the 5-minute off of that stopping volume candle. So be aware of that.
I agree with Qui-Gon.
And the bearish divergence is also continuing on the 15-minute because the RSI has not really made a higher high yet.
Beautiful. I just want you to know.
Give me a
you're my favorite
2021
girl.
drop. I miss those crazy drops we had last cycle when ETFs weren't around. When Bitcoin decides to just correct and it's just like mega candle.
Profits. It's great. Good spot. Taking profit above 107.
U.S. Senate unanimously passes no tax on tip act. What is that? They used to tax tips in the U.S.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So you have to declare your tips.
Any money you make, you have to declare.
Oh, I thought the tip was just a tip.
Most people
What's
don't
going
claim
on,
it because
family?
it's cash,
That-
but since it's got to
that's
go
what
through
she
your
said.
card, everybody uses card. It has to go through the system, and it's usually always done that way digitally.
What up,
Oh,
Dbloc?
I mean,
Chilling. My bad, y'all. It's multitask Tuesday, bro. I've been doing so many things this morning.
I bet.
Oh, candle coming in on BTC. Come on.
How we feeling, man? I've been listening for a while. It sounds a little flip floppy in here, a little bit.
Yes, sir.
It is. I feel like it's that time where too many people are wising up about the highs, and it's like, oh, well, maybe they'll full send it because a lot of people are taking profits on the highs.
In my opinion, if they full send it, it's going to be the rip to the areas we're looking at from a higher spot. Bitcoin does that move where it tries to get down, and then can no longer, it just can't push that support. So it
finds
breaks
new
resistance, and then it comes, you know
Yes.
what I mean? Like Greg Louganis, who we used to call it.
Yep.
It's almost like you try to break that floor, and you can't. So you climb up to the highest diving board and then try from there.
Yeah. So the dip we had to like 105, 250 roughly recently was like only a matter of hours ago. That dip, to go revisit that dip would have been very hard to do because how many new people are like lining up to buy the next one, like, oh, I got to get the next one,
Yeah.
That's how you get your ascending triangles because more people start showing up at the following dip,
Where's this volume coming from?
Create that higher low.
Volume's coming from the hand of God. The hand of God himself.
That's support in, man.
You need some like shiny lights coming out of the hand. Oh, that's what the little spider lines are. Shiny
Everybody
lights.
needs a little support every
Yeah.
once in a while. You know what I mean?
May lasers. Yeah, I think it's coming from people trying to short. I think people keep trying to short, and that It just keeps going higher.
Got you. Yeah.
Yo,
Now it makes
Pepin,
sense.
Pepin, you're down bad, bro. Stop. Don't do that. I wish we could delete that. I almost want to delete that message. First of all, who said God's not a woman? Second of all, what about this hand screams hot to you? It's like literally just the hand, bro. That shit could be connected to a gremlin.
Yo, what the hand do?
It's like,
Yeah, what the
he's
hand?
like,
What
oh, that's a hot girl's hand. I can just tell.
It's a severed hand.
It's
Oh,
cupping something.
Bitcoin's about Bitcoin's on the move.
Damn, that's a big buy.
I mean, you're probably right. She got her nails done. Little white French tips, looks like. Takes care of herself. I'm not
French
mad at
tips,
that,
baby.
Pepin.
Gotta put some pep in your step. Pep. I'm gonna turn on an aggregator for this. It's too. It's just, it could happen, you know? It really could happen. Oh, there we go. Come on. Gamma.
It's happening.
Gamma.
We're above that bullish
what do our
trigger.
still
We
nuts
just need to
look like, though?
close here, and we're
You-
going to
you-
go
you're
vector. Close the candle above this bullish trigger. Market maker will give us vector through those liquidations.
Gonna go Super Saiyan.
I'm not expecting anything too crazy. We've got two targets. 108-ish, 108.7 and 112. 112 would be crazy. Remember I told you guys, go back and look at this for one quick second. This resistance that we have here. Go to the daily. Just pay no attention to Will. They were going through some things. But all of this resistance right here, this is going to be high volatility in this range where we're at right now, right? Which is cool. Get in there, zigzag around, whatever. But if we want to break it and hold it, in my opinion, we need the liquidity that's down here. So do I have a lot of faith? You know, it's just target 1, target 2, target 3, and the hell out of here? No, I don't. I would have a lot more faith had we come down, grabbed all those orders, cleared that liquidity, swiped the board, picked up all those guys that are, you know, that want to come with us that are on the sidelines. Then I would say we'd have had a better chance. But the bull market, baby, it's not supposed to make sense. We're at the point where things will get real irrational around here.
Yo, that 1 minute.
Don't you think the people getting sidelined and like a lot of the sideline money not getting an opportunity to get back in is kind of in line with, like, somebody has to sell for them to buy that cheap, right? And I think the sovereign and institutions bought that instead.
Yeah, so what I was saying was like, there's not enough FOMO for them to buy, but there's too much FOMO for them to sell.
Yeah.
Right. So two things have to happen. Either price has to go and they have to be right, or you need some time-based capitulation, pop up, wipe down, something to switch their sentiment to make it okay in their mind to sell. And then that's when they get screwed, right? They sell their
Also, I
Bitcoin
covered
to
really...
whales at 101, 100K, and then it's gone.
My bad for interrupting there.
BTC USD.
I covered a really interesting report from Standard Chartered today. So I can maybe drop it if once it becomes more public. But basically, they were highlighting the 13F filings for the SEC, and they showed that a lot of the sovereign entities and the sovereign players are starting to build up exposure indirectly through MicroStrategy stock instead of buying directly through ETFs. And their reasoning is that they're probably doing it to kind of sidestep the regulatory constraints that are currently in place. So the biggest buyers were Norway, South Korea, the UAE. UAE had this direct exposure though, and the third one, Switzerland.
I mean,
So all of them added about 1,600 BTC worth of exposure through strategy stock.
if we're gonna be honest, I mean, MicroStrategy did outperform the ETFs. So it's not a, you know, they're not crazy for that.
Mm-hmm. And then state pension funds are also doing this. So California, hang on, let me look it up again.
I know, right? It's crazy, Sinlos, to
know.
think that we're this close to price discovery on Bitcoin.
So state pension funds in California, New York, and North Carolina added roughly 1,000 BTC equivalent of MSTR stock.
Listen, at some point, it's going to be irresponsible for a pension fund or retirement fund not to have exposure to Bitcoin or some Bitcoin asset holding company. It really is. I mean, your liability is to protect your people's money. How much data do you need? How many years of data exactly do you need?
You know what I like when we break all-time new highs? So you said it last time. Is that every single person holding this coin is in profit.
The next generation, or this generation coming up that's coming into the workforce now, they'll demand Bitcoin exposure in their 401ks. It won't even be a question. If you don't give them exposure, they will just buy Bitcoin. They won't even feed the 401k. Why would they?
Exactly what I'm doing now. I'm like, if I can't switch this over, have a portion of my 401k, guys, I'm going to yank everything out and put it in my own areas of investment. So,
They just did a survey, and 70% of the people, even, and this is US, so 70% of the younger generation favors turning the gold reserves into Bitcoin reserves.
Yeah, Maddie, it's possible. It's kind of what I didn't want, which is why I wanted to drop earlier. But yeah, it is. I'll be right back.
Dbloc's about to pump those charts again. Every time he steps away.
You think he knows that's our theory?
It's just a running joke that every time Dbloc steps away for something, for food or something, the chart just starts moving.
Right. Do you think he knows that's our joke?
Oh, of course he does. He listens all the time. He just mutes his mic. He hears everything. Oh, he did mention. I think it was yesterday on that rally yesterday. He's like, okay, I'm gonna step away from the mic so you guys can have your pump. He did mention it.
Yeah, that no tax on tips, that was pretty much assured, but it's good to see it pass. In unrelated news, it won't be a $50 fee anymore to get into the Discord. It'll be a $50 tip. I just want to clarify that for
Tax purposes, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
See, I was telling people to wait, not do their taxes, and just to hold off
Weirdos.
until October and do the extension. Because now, if you did your taxes, you paid that gain on your tips. I'm not going to have to do that.
Do you pay the same amount of tax on tips as you would pay for your income?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
oh,
just
damn.
income
Insane,
tax.
bro.
Income.
It's insane. You know how
Okay.
big this is for bartenders, waitresses?
I was about to say that.
Oh my
bartender.
god, bro. Not for nothing. Let's keep it real. If you're in the right spot, you're killing it on tips, bro. You're making way more than anybody else that's working per hour. And now you don't have to pay taxes on that? Oh man, they're gonna be stunting, bro.
My DoorDash was 70 to 75% tips.
Yo, those
Still
coffee
never-
baristas who left home and told their parents they want to make coffee, now they're gonna make some buck.
yeah, but being like a bartender at a
Jokes
really
on them.
decent place, you could easily make $1,000 to $2,000 per night, no problem.
Man, I want to
For
move to
sure.
America and work at like Outback Steakhouse, be an authentic Australian.
Outback Steakhouse.
Subway.
Dude, no joke. Their soft rolls are my favorite, man.
I'm waiting for a staking protocol to come out and say that they'll now be rewarding you with tips instead of yield. Shouldn't be hard to do. Shouldn't be hard to do. You let me hold your money, we will tip you this much every month. You're gonna start
Yeah, I
seeing
thought
that
you.
word tip a lot. Let's just put it like that. You're gonna start seeing that
I,
word tip everywhere.
I thought you meant steak tips.
Nah, steak tips still got tariffs on them. Australian beef tariffs.
My owner draws are now tips.
Telling you, get creative, people. Especially if you've got your own business, you've got control over this. So it's
I
just
am my
be careful how
bookkeeper.
you structure things.
My plumbing business will start getting a lot of tips now.
That's such a great business. My sister is in Rotterdam right now, right? And her husband runs a plumbing company. Dude, that guy Prince. That guy Prince.
Yeah, we call like sewer jobs like liquid gold.
I
You
mean,
gotta
like,
pay a lot of money for people to go
yeah.
in
And I'm
pipes
living
where
in
you could.
Asia, and I know how much these plumbing companies make. They don't make that much, but like when I heard like for him to just fix a faucet and how much he's paid for, I'm like, what? In
You know
Europe?
the
Oh,
you know the plumbing guys in UK. They are millionaires, bro. Trust me, they
bro,
they they earn a
my
lot.
brother-in-law, man, dude, he's all tatted up, right? He's all tatted up. You won't even suspect. He picks me up from the airport, dude. He's rolling. Like, and he's been a plumber all his life.
Yeah.
Runs his own plumbing
In, in
outfit.
yeah. I mean, in my country, in Pakistan, the plumbing guy and the construction guy are the least payment they
Same
get in
wage, right?
here
It's
in
same.
Pakistan. Yeah,
In my country also. I'm
yeah.
in Asia.
But
A
I've
construction
spent
worker and
some.
plumbing guy makes the same amount of money.
Yeah, but in UK, I spent quite some time there. The plumbing guy and the construction workers, they are millionaire, bro. They earn a lot of money.
Yep.
They usually grow plants as well.
Yeah, we're seeing some volatility here, guys. Be careful.
We still have 2,000 coins above us.
Three's ripping. Actually, all of the alts are ripping. Let's go. Break this top, it's gonna be quite a show.
Yeah, Mike, I'll be honest with you, a lot of it does, bro. Talking to one of my legacy homeboys the other day, and he's like, you know, you've been trading crypto for too long. I'm like, I hear you.
Eric.
But I know when shit needs to retrace to the 50. And Q, you know. So we've moved a little up, right? Looks like we're probably going to get our green trajectory. We're waiting to see how far that 50 was going to come up before it starts to sort of roll back. Right? Remember, our stronger assets have already tested their 13 and held. So if it comes down to test its 13 and hold, you'd be looking at this green sort of trajectory. If it comes down to the 50, you'd be looking at yellow. But as far as I'm concerned, the target's 2,300. I mean, 23,000. And then ES is looking similar. Again, doesn't have to come all the way down. Can't hold on the 13. But it's got to give up. It's either got to give up or this thing's got to run flat for a long time while everything catches up. But bigger picture, I think it's still up. I think there's still new highs in store for Legacy. I mean, the question is sufficient for what, right? Is there liquidity still underneath? Yeah, definitely. Should it technically still come down into the low hundreds? Yeah, 1000%. Does that mean that that has to happen? Nah. If that meant that that has to happen, we wouldn't even be watching the charts, right? We would just set our buy orders at 100K and then go touch grass. Is it the most probable? Yeah. Yeah, which means if it doesn't happen, then there's a concerted effort to keep it from happening, which means probably time to go. What's a fantasy about it, Abscess? Bring us back to reality, brother. Don't let us just lay in this fantasy land like this. If you're Neo and you see the real reality, put us on, bro. Don't gatekeep the truth. Somebody's got to open mic.
I'm starting to like that cup, like that little hand of yours. I think we're gonna go to the 50.
We'll attempt it, but this is like literally this is the last chance hand of God to help you bears that don't want to retrace. In my opinion.
Help the bears.
I mean the bulls, sorry, the bulls. The Freudian slip.
Oh, I was gonna say. I was like, wait, what?
Nah, we'll have to put like a fist up here pounding the top of it to help the bears.
You should put the devil, since we have the hand of God. Just put a demon up there. Devil's advocate.
The Bears. Sorry, guys. The Bears. Let's go.
Don't do that. That might scare people.
Two more of my orders went through. I'm only holding 25%.
Yo, this is wild. It even invalidated the stopping volume candle with another vector. And then now it's coming back down again to retest.
Yeah, wick discovery. But there's no appetite. Right? Couldn't even turn that into a green vector. And then when they stepped off the brakes, natural flow of the market is to sell off. Market makers not even matching these sells. This is just people selling.
And that's like, so the blue vector candle, I mean, that's like indicative that that a bunch of stops got hit, or a bunch of liquidations got hit, right? And then there's just natural sell-offs.
There we go. Now market makers matching. If we hold support on the 50, this vector is meant to give fuel for the push back up. You want me to summon the Bart Simpson for you, bro? What are you saying? Hourly? This would be a bad one too, because every pattern is facing up at this point. What the hell is my Bart?
Big cells coming in.
Yeah, I think that's those orders getting hit for the sell wall.
I lost Bart Simpson, someone else can't help you. And before anybody gets disappointed, I don't have an overlay of a hand with broken fingers. I'll be more prepared next time. Would have been nice to switch to.
Godfather hand with like the puppet.
Since it's 5:15, does that mean that CME is off till 8 or whatever?
Inter-day gap.
Yeah, that is right now, right?
This with the time being off, it threw me out. It's either now or in an hour. I think it's now though. I don't adjust well to the time changing, bro. It's the craziest thing. I never have.
Still recover from daylight saving.
We don't observe that here, so I know nothing of it.
See, that's how it should be.
It is. It's just, it's logical. Well, don't worry about that.
My brain is like, I don't want to play your stupid little games.
Gotta memorize the riddles, right? What is it? Spring forward and leap back. That's about the extent of my knowledge.
Spring forward, fall back.
Yeah, that. Sure. And when does that happen? In March and November, October?
After the solstice. Summer solstice and the winter solstice. I think. Oh no, that's the longest day and the shortest day, right?
No,
June
those
and
are the
December?
solstices. The longest and the shortest are on the summer day, right? So June, like June. When is our summer solstice?
June 20th.
The summer
June like
solstice
20
is
something. Right? So that's like
the
our
longest.
longest day, right?
Yeah, the summer solstice is the longest day. The winter solstice is the shortest day.
But spring starts on like March 20th or usually March 21st. The other one's at like.
I apologize in
September.
advance to all our Wiccan listeners. I know this is probably like hella cringe right now.
Anybody under 30 is just not okay.
When you trade crypto, there is no daylight to it. There's no saving daylight. You're lucky
It
if
does
you
get a
any.
little annoying. I'm not lying. I mean, it does get annoying in trading.
Anybody tracking the liquidation count?
I haven't looked. Sometimes having your credit card or your debit card expires like a gift and a blessing, or like a gift and a curse. You got to go through some shit, but all those subscriptions that get expired, and then you probably don't need half of them. To be honest with you, you probably don't even know about a third of them. It like clears the slate.
Still less than quarter of a billion liquidations in the last 24 hours, and they're really almost about half and half, long and short. So not only is it not that heavy of a day, it's not too heavy to one side either.
Maybe the degens finally learned their lesson. Just kidding.
That'll never happen. Once a degen, always a degen. You just get better at degenning.
This hand has given me a 9 Inch Nails song. Hand that feeds you. Anyone?
Oh yeah. Oh man, that brings back memories. 9 Inch Nails.
Good stuff. I feel like it's
Yep.
forgotten
Oh
about.
yeah.
Yo, I will never forget how hard it was to play the bridge on Guitar Hero. I
Oh,
got
yeah.
stopped out part every time.
I think I'm gonna listen to that song. That'll be our pump song for the day.
Yeah, Trent Reznor is like one of those geniuses in music, man. One of the rare ones.
Maynard too. Super
Yeah.
great.
That was a great era. Chris Cornell, Reznor. Just like super talented.
Dbloc, you like Tool and 9 Inch Nails? I am curious. We'll have to find out. You know who I saw in concert this year that blew my mind? Tech Nine. Like, holy cow, that man puts on an amazing show. Like, and he has a live band. It was so cool. I was impressed. For like mid-50s, dude is on point in concert.
Yep. Tech Nine. One of the best concerts I watched, like like just blew my mind was Joey Satriani, like late 90s when he was just like touring around.
Good afternoon, fellas.
Good afternoon, bro.
We got 300 plus people watching live on YouTube.
Some bigger buys coming in.
Big just got off work. What do we got? Big buys, you said?
Nah, nothing crazy just yet. Let Bitcoin cook.
Oh. Are we expecting something?
Dbloc.
Yeah, we've definitely
What's
got
up?
bullish patterns that could pull us up, but we're volume
Ooh,
divergent, so it's just kind of spooky up here.
So the narrative from yesterday kind of changed from
Well,
bearish to bullish.
we still have one last level of support. I'm still looking for that retracement down to the lows. Just unfortunately looks like we're getting that move up before the move down. Remember, our concern was, what we wanted was to move down first, collect those, and then go so we wouldn't have to come back.
Yeah.
But they tried to push, and we knew that there's not enough. We know there's just not enough. You can want it all you want. But if there's not enough liquidity to get, especially past that range that we're looking at above, it's going to take a lot of money. And that money, unfortunately, is sitting on the sidelines underneath us in buy orders. We came down and we sweeped that 500 Bitcoin, 480 Bitcoin. There was about 2,000 Bitcoin altogether. And that gave us the push to get up, but that's not enough to take us past all-time highs and sustain it. It's like the whales could just chill and just let Bitcoin breathe and stop trying to make fetch happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So we're still in the play for having a retracement because we don't have the volume and the liquidity to basically push up.
We put in a new high, so at this point saying that we're getting a 3-day retracement because of the weekly cycle would be irresponsible. But every other metric I'm looking at still tells me that we need a retracement, even if the weekly cycle didn't exist. So I'm treading carefully, you know?
Yeah, so we're on thin ice, I would say.
Yeah. Any day above 100K with Bitcoin is a good day for me, though. Like,
Yeah, I'm just looking if I'm gonna let my shorts run overnight or not. They're still in profit, but
how much time do you have until it's time to go to sleep?
I don't have a specific time, but I would rather want to go to sleep within 1-2 hours.
Yeah.
Uh,
We should know,
yeah.
in my opinion. I think we're gonna get a move one way or another. Hold on, I gotta scoot the hand over because they're trying to be sneaky and get their way around the hand. You saw that, right? Bounced off the finger and then try to come back. No, sir.
Yeah, because the last couple of nights I've stayed up until 7 or 8 a.m. in the morning, and woke up about 10 or 11 in the morning to go to work.
Oh, yeah,
And
you can't do
I'm
that.
like dead.
Nah, that catches up to you, bro.
Yeah.
I don't know how old you are, but unless you're 17, I don't think your body can just take that and keep going.
No, I'm not 17. I'm 37.
Hey D, he was up last night cussing us all out for being too bullish. He cut out all this
Yeah.
bullish shit.
Yeah, everyone was like totally bullish, and we went down, and it was quite okay. We made some profit.
Hey, look, D, he came in. He said, "I have a question I'd like to ask you. Why are all of you so damn bullish?"
Late night
Like,
crew,
really,
man. Late
tell me
night crew be
why.
wilding out.
Yeah, I was around for that. I was laughing my ass off when I
Oh
read that.
shit!
It
See,
just came in.
you distracted me, and I didn't notice. Nah, it's too late now. All right, everybody blame Sean, man. He's telling me a story I didn't notice. I couldn't catch price with the finger. Let's hope the 50 EMA catches it.
Yeah, it was like last night. Everyone was so bullish, and we were going down, and I was like, "Why you guys are so bullish?"
Yeah, the hand was funny and all, but I need to see the price action on this wick. So this is that. We want to hold the 50, basically.
Nope.
I'm done, bro. I was like saving some stuff for emojis and just laughing now because I was like half asleep when I was doing it. Like, why is this in here?
Get
Yo.
I was about to say, like, get Biden.
Stop.
Oh man.
Yo. Nah. Son. Nah, why is that perfect though?
Leave it. So great. You win. You won the internet today.
Oh shit. Yeah,
That's too
I'm
good.
sorry, Mr. Ex-President. You live there now. I'm gonna have
It's
to
really
lock
good.
you. I'm gonna have to lock you into place.
It really might be one of my favorite ones you've done yet.
Nah, but like, why is he
It's so
pushing price down and everything now? This is crazy.
Come on, why did you put Sleepy Joe there? He's like making it slip.
I'm sorry, Bulls. Yeah, Zanky, I've got them drawn out. We're like on the macro. We're on the micro here, but I've got our bigger patterns here. Top of the morning. Nah, why he sniffed a blue candle like that though?
It smells good. It smells like that honey citrus shampoo.
And then he's got his hand on the lower high.
He took profit, and he dumped it.
Oh, that's a good point, Sample. It is a blue candle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's pushing the red down.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Oh man, it's getting deeper.
Yeah, can we get Trump doing something?
Let me see. I'm pretty sure I got Trump in here. We just need a reaction from Trump at this point because, Trump would react to this if he could.
Yeah, that would get your claim to fame there.
You could just put Trump behind him, like he's kind of,
Should get him doing a
there you
dance,
go.
his little happy dance.
Why is he? Of all the Trump faces, man, I get that one. I'm waiting for the good tweet that gives us a rocket from Trump, and we'll drop that one in. All right, bulls haven't given up here yet. Remember, the 13 EMA crossing the 50 is what we want for bearish confirmation. But to avoid that from happening, the bulls want to keep price above that 50.
I had to switch my diet from bear meat to bull meat. Mm-hmm.
That shit is too funny. All right, I got you, Bio. That's funny. You said there was going to be a little short-term pain, right? Nobody can get mad at Trump. He said short-term pain and no capital gains. And he delivered on both of those. A lot of people didn't have to pay tax on capital gains this year because they didn't have any.
I would still expect the Asia session to start dropping it as it did last night. I don't know. The New York
There's
session is quite erratic.
Yeah. Yeah.
You never know what the New York session will do. They're like, as Dbloc pointed out at one point, they're like kids. They go up and down. They don't know what they're doing with anything.
Yo, biohacker, look, I fixed it. Hey, we're equal opportunity here. Right, we're about the bag. Both sides could get it. Yeah, sometimes you gotta go low, Mr. Moon. Just to keep them guessing. Super chat. Appreciate you, brother. Why the super chat alerts aren't going off though? It's the second time. Okay, this is all for fun, guys. I didn't mean to start a political war in the chat. Neither one of these people love you, I promise.
So, okay, now we know the scenario if it wants to go up, but if it does break the 50 D block, what's our scenario looking like going down? We still going after those vector blocks?
Yeah, we come
Vector
after
gaps?
these. Yeah, we come after these vectors. The next point for bulls to defend would be the top of this old range. We already sort of made Swiss cheese of that SR. You know what I mean? Like, we've gone through it so many times and disrespected it that honestly, it's not going to be much of support. I'm tempted to even move it at this point, but you know, it was the top of our range, so I'm going to respect it for now. But if that breaks, then yeah, we've got way bigger problems. Or, you know, not problems, depending on how you look at it. If we move this top line up, to capture all of these wicks. Then we're still, for the most part, in this rising wedge, right? And the line we were talking about breaking that support would be where you break that wedge at. But remember, we're fighting all this bullishness right here, which means we have a couple invalidations that we need to get out of the way. Right? We need to invalidate that small W at 104. Right, to get that out of the way. And then our larger W, which has still been valid through this whole thing, invalidates at 101.2. After that, it's 100K. And then if we just turn on, just for visible reference, so I don't have to draw everything. Those are our demand zones. Not a whole hell of a lot between 106 and 101. W Super Chat Bio. Appreciate you, bro. So that's why it feels so 50-50 right now, because honestly it is. Right, what you're doing is you're looking at two biases. Right, your bulls are looking at this, and they're hype. Because why wouldn't they be? You know? Like shit. The bears, if you can even call them that, because a bear that wants it to go to 100 to 100K isn't a bear. Your bears want it to go down to 70. You know what I mean? The bears that wanted to come down 100K just want to come get picked up before the rod. And I do think we have a more successful trip up if we get everybody on board. Screw these guys. These guys down here, they can buy higher. Right? Eventually, they'll have to buy higher. And maybe the guys at 100K will have to buy higher. You know, we don't know that yet. I wasn't ready for Biden. I forgot he was up there. Holy shit. So, I mean, that's why I really can't give anybody shit that has a bearish TA right now or a bullish TA. The only shit I could give is somebody who's too locked into that position. Because honestly, the map is set up in both directions. Right? In one way, institutions, whales, retail, everybody else FOMO sends it out of control. In the other direction, market maker takes control and clears those imbalances. So it's really like whales versus market makers, and we're just sitting here trying to figure out where to put our chips right now. The sentiment right now is really different with people that are already in and just have some extra money that they need to throw in, that they would like to throw in lower, but they're already in position, versus somebody who like gorilla scalp the top, is all out and it's like looking, or didn't even get in. You know what I mean? Like really, really huge differences in sentiment there. I'll be right back, y'all. On the hourly here, you guys have been here for a while. You know what happens, right? The volume doesn't pick up here. We came right down to 50% of that vector and wicked off. Bulls definitely need to step in here. If you're trading the 5-minute scalping strategy, we're still on green dots. We've been on green dots since 104.8. Right? No reason to exit your short scalp. I mean, your short time frame scalp.
Dbloc, what little icon do you go to do that little 50%? When you're taking a vector candle and you're doing 50% of the candle.
Oh, you've got to make it.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
they're custom. You just got to edit it, and then you got to go save as and name it.
Okay.
And then the next time you pull your fib out,
Gotcha.
yeah, you'll have all
add
your
a little
options.
I like that. It's just I know about the 50%. It's nice to have a little visual sometimes. You know.
Yeah. I got a couple of them set up.
See what 4 hour. Man, this thing looks like it's ready to go.
Yo, Vin, you don't forget to hit the subscribe button. It's completely free. Hit that like button too. We got 300 people in here and 137 likes. Appreciate y'all.
wonder what the headline. What the headline would do. Bitcoin breaks all-time high.
Oh yeah. Especially if it does it on a Friday. You let the news run with it over the weekend.
Yeah, that's what I'm like. I feel like we need something like that, some headline news or some fundamental stuff to drive this thing, and add it in, but helps out. Well, about 2 hours off of daily.
Yeah.
And we're contesting.
We got some short time frame vector recovery here.
Let's see how they want to close this daily.
Man, it's starting to look like a Quasimodo right there.
Yeah, we already broke that break by getting a higher high on Tuesday.
Plan for dinner, Dbloc.
I haven't even figured that out yet. I haven't even thought about it till you just said it, actually.
All right. Okay. 10-4, 10-4. Yeah, I just got done eating, so I'm chilling now. Just chilling.
I was up late last night. We were in here. Can't even remember what we were doing. I was like half asleep, honestly.
We were talking about how Jarvis was going to sell all of our bags for us.
Yeah.
Well, you talking late night? Because I definitely passed out early. I heard you were up until like 7.
It was late, bro. It was like, yeah, at least 6. A slight rejection off the point of control. Momentum is flipped. Momentum's flipped bullish on the 1 minute though. It's just the 1 minute. Let me see if our 5 minutes still holding together.
It's still holding. Yeah, we're back. We're trying to get support on 13. Just trying. I got weaker volume when we got up into this little range up here on the 1 minute. They were 12A. They hanging it up here, so. Hey, they stalling.
A 5150 attack is really expensive, Jermaine.
We got a little inverse head and shoulders on the 1 minute here. About to break the neckline. Elite.
Yeah, if we just want to read price action, we've got our structure. We've got our double top, and then we have a lower high, followed by another lower high.
Oh man, I'm full.
We got half an hour till I reset the stream. That means the leaderboard and the XP is gonna reset. Everybody enjoy your crowns. Let me see how far in the lead you guys are. Oh, it's not that bad. The overnight stream, I expected to be dominated by Europeans because we started it in Europe session and you guys had a head start, but it's for chatting, Curl. I guess you get XP for your messages. Like likes, subscribing, all that type of shit gives you XP. It's something that YouTube pushed. Yeah, it's a YouTube thing. Nah, I wish I could take credit for it. It's a dope idea. I just start lying. Yeah, nah, I added some shit. Yeah, I'm just trying to add some value to the YouTube chat. I do want to integrate it though. I've got this game that I'm testing out for YouTube. Stream avatars. I'm having trouble trying to figure out the overlay on it, but basically what it'll be, right, is we'll have like a screen at the bottom like this. Let's say it'll be like all black or something, or whatever color. And then we have these little avatars that are like the size of the pointer, and each one of you guys gets your own avatar. And there's like battle royales, right? You guys fight. Whoever wins gets points. You can use the points to customize your avatar, buy gear, clothes, weapons, whatever. So I want to integrate it with the crowns, like maybe like every session 1, 2, and 3 gets a certain amount of the in-game money to fix their avatars up, or some sort of custom avatars or something. I'll find like a avatar with a crown on it or something. It'll be cool. The streamer that I watch on Twitch uses it, and the chat loves that shit. Yeah, it's retro as hell.
New Bitcoin, no.
No, not pirate software. It's this this dude that does Call of Duty streams. I can't remember what his name is now. And there's one other dude that does it for crypto. If you ever seen Kimba's stream, that's stream avatars. The game that he uses underneath is stream avatars.
Oh, okay. I've seen. I know. I've seen.
You know what
Yeah,
I'm
Kimber
talking about? The
before.
little dudes running around fighting and shit.
Yeah. Yeah. He, dude, that man.
I figured it'd be cool to leave it for like the overnight streams. You know what I mean?
Cool.
Like when I'm not on.
It's a good idea, dude. No, it's a good idea. Yeah.
And it doesn't take up a lot of screen space too, right? It just lives right in sort of the dead part of the chart anyways.
Mm-hmm. Oh, nope, Eddie, nope. In a ping vector on the 5 minute.
On the 1 minute, we came up to the point of control, rejected, came down to the value area low. So you would expect to come back up to the point of control if the value area low doesn't break. But we are starting to get...
We just put a little pink vector in on the 5 minute.
Yeah, I
just
was going to
closed.
say, we're starting to get that little flip. I mean, we've seen these vectors into the 50s before, but...
Yeah. Trying to hold that 50 on the 5. Trying to get pinched up a little bit with a 13 and a 50 on the 5 minute.
Futures opened up red.
Yup. Yup.
But I still think it's got to make a push till 6 before it pulls back significantly. It's at 590.
Ooh, we got a little reaction going on. Don't trip by the dip.
Oh, kiss of death.
What's Biden doing? What he pushing that? What's he pushing the market down for? It's funny.
No, Neve, you can pull it up. I think you can pull it up with the basic account, if I'm not mistaken. Really want dominance to reject off of 64. That's why I was zoomed into it.
I think if Bitcoin holds either like that 105.9 area or maybe 104.9 and bounces, I think dominance will go down hard.
Interesting choice of words, Senlos. But I could already smell 109. I really gotta get rid of that Biden emoji. It's starting to bleed into people's brains.
Yo, leave it. Leave it. Don't touch it, man. Let Bitcoin pass Biden's head before you remove it. What a man Biden said, I just pooped my pants.
But how come it's not showing on the YouTube channel, this Biden logo?
What do you mean? You're probably delayed on YouTube.
Ah, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta click live if you've been watching for a while.
Yeah.
You know what that means?
All right. Yeah, we're getting some
Sup-
pink 5-minute vectors coming on.
These two are our immediate targets, our vector gaps underneath us. We have done an okay job here holding the 200, so that's also a point of interest. But daily open mean reversion is sitting right in that last vector, so unless one of you guys want to buy some Bitcoin, that's probably where it's gonna go. If this retracement takes us all the way to 100, the screenshot that I'm gonna take is gonna be epic. With Joe up top, batting it off.
It really would. It
Right?
really would.
Just a straight candle.
A little cherry on top right there of Biden. That shit would be hilarious.
You're good, Adrian. You're good, bro. That's why it's good to be in a group, because we can check our biases.
Go to the 15. Okay, go to 30. Go to 90. Yeah, I mean, we got this last little bit of vectors on above us that goes to 107.933 on the 90-minute. That's it. There's nothing else. Well, that's a little slither there. Damn, out 4 hour. 108.270.
I appreciate it, Adrian. That's good to hear, brother. And yeah, it's all in good fun, man. I don't gangbang when it comes to politics. Well, I mean, I don't gangbang in general, period. But especially when it comes to politics.
Come on.
All right, that first vector is all but mitigated.
Dbloc, when you're like taking profits, do you do do you always try to I mean not always try to, but try to leave like a little runner in there, like a little 20% runner or something
Yep.
just in case?
Yep. 20% is probably
And,
20% is probably like my maximum for a runner. Like a
okay,
runner
okay.
should really be like maybe 10%, just in case. Especially on memes. I don't ever completely exit a meme. I've got a basket of like shit that's probably gonna go to zero, but I've taken profit. I've made so much profit on it already that's just the
Yeah.
moon bag, just in case one day something stupid happens.
Gotcha.
But I chalk those off as a loss. In your mind, that's already a loss, and just in case if something happens, cool. If it doesn't, whatever. Especially if I've had a good run on it. Like I'll 50-50 it all the way up. 2x, I'll take 50%. Another 2x, take another 50%. Do that like 3 or 4 times. You've already 2 or 3x, 4x your money.
Mm-hmm.
And then you just leave a runner.
Okay, I'm gonna take my half here, 50% on this short, and
We're at that
see what I can get.
uptrend. So this is spot 1 for possible catch here. 2 would be the 100 EMA. I mean the 200 EMA daily open range. If not, we're coming down to 800. 104. Let me check these. I'm pretty sure these buy walls are gone now. They're still there. And they're still there.
Look at them 5-minute vector candles. Pink, pink, red, pink. Yeah.
There's about 700 Bitcoin right at 105.8. 105, which is at the 200 basically.
105.8. Yep. Yeah, just a smidge above. Yeah.
But be honest with you, Adrian, they're already stepping in, man. They've already spent almost $40 billion on bond buybacks, just on the low, from the money that they saved off of what was getting bled off of QT. So, in my opinion, we're already seeing like a stealth QE. They just won't admit to it.
Yeah, if you ask Pal, he's going to say there is no Q and there is no E.
They need to stop asking Pal. What they need to do, just leave that man alone, man. He'll do it when he says so. It's like you're not gonna just annoy your parents to let you off of, punishment. Is what it is. Like, can we go now? Can I go outside now? How about now? How about now? How about now? Like, bro, I'm gonna extend this punishment if you don't. I'm about to add a weekend to this shit. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I told you guys, like, the first step of QE is the draining of the Treasury General's account, right? And we talked about that like 6 months ago, right? There was $880 something trillion in the TGA. I mean, $billion, sorry, in the TGA. Let me see what we're at right now. Hold on. Dun. All right, we're almost done. 36 trillion was our debt ceiling. Right, was what we ran out. There was $882 billion in the Treasury General's account. Now our debt's up to 874. Right? So two things have to happen. When the Treasury General's account gets drained, it needs to be filled. That's like the emergency oh shit account. Right? I heard somebody refer to it as the budget is the account your wife knows about, and the TGA is the account that she doesn't know about. The TGA is getting drained out. I mean, the TGA's got to get filled back up. And usually that's part of QE. Right? Money has to be printed to fill that back up. It doesn't have to happen right away, and it could stay empty for a while. But we're getting close to that. And like I said, they're already spending the money that they saved on QT. It's already being spent on bonds. So, I mean, the clock is ticking in that direction. There's that hold off the uptrend. Retest of the 50.
Is Dom coming down?
What happened?
On that top for now. Computer's lagging.
Hold on, let me put you up. Can't hear you. Well, it's the biggest blue vector we saw in a while, Dutch, so I guess it just brought him out of the woodworks. But then he made Bitcoin nervous, and we're still trying to recover.
Dbloc, are you still expecting that move down to 100K for that right shoulder before we see the next momentum upwards?
I mean, expecting is a stretch. Preparing for, yeah. And I do think that technically that's what should happen. But we can't deny the fact that it's getting increasingly harder for them to drop Bitcoin's price. Right? Remember the other alternative, which is we go sideways and those MAs catch up with us. Right? So the longer we go sideways here, or sideways and up, that 50 EMA is coming up. You know, every day it's getting higher and higher. So I could see a scenario where if this takes too long, we don't get that touch because the 50 EMA catches us. But for the 50 EMA to get above the 100, we'd have to be up here for a couple weeks. I really don't want that. Or we'd have to have a big push up, right? Which drags the EMA way up, and then we drop, which was our second sort of possibility, was that they make the run first to that 4-hour W target, reject, and then go to 100. The reason we didn't want that is because of the sentiment that it would cause, right? That would